And welcome to Prague. My name is Lubita Kovachova, and I'm the Executive Director of the European Democracy Network. Yeah. For those of you who might not know us yet, EDEN is a pan-European cross-partisan network of more than 970 young pro-democracy activists, politicians, journalists, and lawyers. They come from 23 countries across Central and Eastern Europe. Our mission for these young democratic leaders by giving them the tools, network, and opportunities to engage meaningfully with civic and political life. And honestly, being able to bring together a group like this one is exactly what that mission looks like in practice for us. So it's a real pleasure to welcome you to the GDC Europe Forum in 2026. I want to extend our sincere thanks to the Global Democracy Coalition and the Child and Catherine Foundation for making today possible. Now, why are we here? 5 years ago, much of what we are discussing today would have sounded like science fiction. Today, it is election reality. Deepfakes, coordinated influence campaigns, AI-generated content. The tools available to those who wish to manipulate public discourse have never been more powerful, more sophisticated, and more accessible than ever before. And all of this is happening during one of the most intense election cycles Europe has seen in recent years. But that is not a reason for despair. It is a reason for conversations like this one, and for having the people who are in this room here today. Looking around, I see policymakers, researchers, civil society leaders, and young activists from across the world. And I'm especially proud that among today's speakers, you'll hear directly from our EDEN members, our young people who are not only talking about democracy, but defending it every day. We are not here just to name the problem. We are here to think seriously and honestly about what we can do about it together. Because democracy does not defend itself, and that is why we are here today. Thank you. And so much. Very much. I'm tired of count, so. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm so happy to be here in Prague. I'm seeing so many familiar faces from the Global Democracy Coalition, but also many other new faces that I'm very happy to talk to today. Welcome to the Global Democracy Coalition. Right. And it's truly a pleasure to be again so many partners. I would especially like to thank the European Democracy Network for co-hosting this. It has been truly a pleasure working with you, so smooth as always. But I wanted to extend our sincere thanks to the GDC Foundation for its generous support of 26 regional forums and its continued commitment to strengthen democratic dialogue. And I want to also welcome Thomas Petříček, I hope that I pronounced that correctly, our keynote speaker, a former minister of Foreign Affairs in the Republic and one of the most thoughtful voices working at the intersection of geopolitics, technology, and democratic governance. We are very glad to have you here.
This forum marks the third forum of the Global Democracy Coalition this year, following conversations that we already had in Africa and the Americas, and Asia happening next month. And I think that that sequence matters, because one of the clearest lessons emerging across regions is that while democratic contexts may differ, many of the pressures democracies are facing today are increasingly interconnected and structurally shared. And at the same time, the responses to those pressures often remain very fragmented. And perhaps nowhere is that tension more visible than in Europe today. Europe remains home to some of the world's strongest democratic institutions, regulatory frameworks, civic tradition, and human rights protections. Yet, across the continent, we are simultaneously witnessing growing polarization, declining public trust, foreign interference, attacks on journalists and civil society, and of course, disinformation ecosystems operating across borders. The challenge is not simply that democracy is under pressure. Democracies have always faced pressure. The challenge is that many of the systems we rely on to govern democracy were built for a different speed, a different information environment, and a different political reality than the one that we're operating in today. We have seen this very clearly in the conversations leading up to this forum, the growing gap between the transnational nature of democratic threats and the fragmented nature of our responses. Disinformation does not stop at borders. Digital manipulation does not stop at borders. Illicit financial influence does not stop at borders. And AI systems certainly do not stop at the borders. And yet, institutions, oversight mechanisms, and democratic cooperation itself often remain organized in much slower, more nationally confined ways. And the stakes this year are particularly concrete. Europe is entering a critical period of elections, national, parliamentary, and municipal contexts across the continent between 2026 and 2027. At the same time, AI is already reshaping the information environment, political communication, and voter perceptions. Deepfakes, synthetic media, and algorithmically amplified disinformation are no longer hypothetical risks. They are part of the landscape in which these elections will take place. This makes the conversation we're having here today not only timely, but urgent. Europe is becoming one of the major testing grounds for these tensions, simultaneously trying to regulate digital power, defend democratic norms, and maintain civic trust, while navigating rapid technological and political transformation. And the questions being confronted here will not remain European questions for long. Democratic resilience today cannot rely solely on governments or formal institutions acting alone. It depends on ecosystems, on investigative journalists, civil society organizations, researchers, youth networks, and coalitions capable of working across sectors and borders, on actors who can move at the speed the problem requires. This is one of the reasons, the Global Democracy Coalition exists. Not because any single organization has the solution, but because no single actor can meaningfully address these challenges alone anymore. And forums like this one are the ones where the collective work becomes possible, where connections made across sectors and generations translate into something beyond the room. And despite all the tensions, I want to say something very clearly. This forum is not built around democratic pessimism. What has emerged across the regional forums, and I am sure that will emerge today, is that democratic actors are adapting, experimenting, and collaborating in ways that would have been far less visible a few years ago. There is resilience, there is innovation, and there is renewal happening, even if something unevenly and under pressure. The task ahead is not simply to defend democracy as it was. It is to ensure democracy remains capable of responding to the world as it is becoming. And that is a collective task. So thank you all so much for being here today, for contributing your expertise, your experience, and your commitment to democratic values and democratic futures. I am very much looking forward for the conversation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I will be the moderator for the morning part of the event today. So I'm very happy to see many familiar faces here, as well as already having met a number of new faces as well. So thank you all for joining us. Throughout the day, I want to try and encourage all of you to try and see if you can find a new face that you haven't yet met and reach out and meet with them. Because in the work that I've done over the years, trying to look at the intersection of AI and democracy, one of the things that has always rung true to me is just how important the social fabric that we build as people really is to supporting the work that we want to do, but also in creating sort of the next generation and future of what our democracies are going to look like. So if you see an unfamiliar face that you haven't yet met here, try and reach out and make a new connection, because with every single connection that you make, it makes that social fabric that much stronger. So with that in mind, and I hope you keep that in mind throughout the day, I'd like to welcome out our keynote speaker, and I have a couple of notes here because his CV puts mine to shame in many, many ways. So I would like to welcome up our keynote here, Mr. Tomáš Petříček. He's the former Minister of Foreign Affairs here in the beautiful Czech Republic, the founder of the geopolitical and geoeconomic consultancy, Euronia Horizons, a non-residential fellow and lecturer at the Faculty of Social Sciences in Charles University in Prague here, and he's also an associated researcher at the Sciences Pro Paris. So I would love to invite him up so that he can now give his remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor to join you today in Prague, and I'm really happy that this event is taking place in Prague right now. And I would like to thank two organizers for bringing together such a diverse community of practitioners, experts, researchers, civic leaders, especially young democratic voices from across Europe and beyond, which we so much need. And we meet indeed at a critical moment for the future of democracy and for the future of our societies. And I might repeat the obvious that around the world, democratic systems are under growing pressure. Trust in institutions is declining. Political polarization is deepening. Citizens, importantly, are increasingly questioning whether democratic governments and the democratic governance is capable of responding to many challenges we are facing together. Economic insecurity, social anxiety, and geopolitical instability that is shaping our everyday lives. And perhaps what worries me the most is that many people no longer believe in democracy, that they doubt not only individual politicians or governments. Increasingly, they doubt whether democracy itself is capable of delivering fairness, security, dignity, and importantly, sense of future. They doubt whether to care about democracy. And we hear more and more that they doubt whether elections actually matter. And I think this is a very profound challenge, because democracy cannot survive only as a formal system of institutions or elections. Democracy also depends on legitimacy. It depends on trust and common purpose, and it depends on citizens believing that democratic policies are capable of improving their lives and offering a shared sense of direction. At the same time, and it has been said, Europe is entering a series of critical electoral cycles. This and next year, we will face many tremendously important elections in Europe. While artificial intelligence is actually rapidly transforming how people engage with each other, how public debate is shaped, and how the information environment itself is changing. All of these developments have a direct impact on how democratic policies operate. And it is therefore not surprising that much attention today is and will be focused on AI, and I believe it's right. But I would like to warn that speaking only about deepfakes, synthetic media, algorithmic manipulations, disinformation campaigns, and foreign interference in democratic processes is not enough. Indeed, these concerns are absolutely legitimate. Democracies cannot afford to underestimate how new technologies may be used by authoritarian actors, extremist movements, or increasingly geopolitical rivals seeking to undermine democratic institutions, deepen polarization, seed distrust, and importantly also weaken social cohesion within democratic societies. But I would also like to offer one important warning at the very beginning of our discussions. We should be cautious about reducing the crisis of democracy and the risk to elections to technology alone. Artificial intelligence did not create democratic fragility from nothing. But the truth is, it makes the situation worse. Long before AI came into politics, before entered political campaigns, transformed political marketing, and started influencing public narratives at enormous speed and scale, many democratic societies were already struggling with declining trust, growing inequality, social fragmentation, economic insecurity, and the widespread feeling among many citizens that the system no longer works for them. In too many countries, people do not feel heard, they do not feel represented, and increasingly, they do not feel protected. And I think this matters enormously. Because when democratic systems fail to address long-term frustrations and inequalities, distrust only grows. Citizens begin to emotionally withdraw from democratic politics itself. And once distrust grows from within, external actors, be it foreign governments or being other actors, find this as an opportunity to amplify divisions from outside. Second, I believe that AI is transforming democratic politics. And let me shortly explain why I believe so. Because democratic politics is very much rooted in people's perception and people's identity. And this doesn't come from nowhere. There is no such a thing like a predetermined interests of people. It comes from ideas. It comes from people who share their ideas. And I think that's where the AI is coming with is becoming a dangerous tool, an instrument. Because until recently, the ideas that shaped identities and perceptions and preferences have a human origin. We are increasingly seeing that now we have a tool that can generate ideas that influence our preferences and intersect with our identities, having enormous impact on democratic politics, on elections, on how people engage with each other. But I think that there is also a third component to it. It's not only about distrust, it's not about society alone, it's not only about technology, it's not only about AI. It's also about what I believe is in the crisis. And I think we are witnessing it today, every day. It is a crisis of democratic leadership. Democratic leadership is not simply about managing institutions or winning elections. And democratic leaders cannot simply blame technology for the deeper frustrations and divisions we see in our societies today. I would like to share a more personal reflections here. When I entered the youth politics around 20 years ago, I genuinely believe that a good politics depended mainly on knowledge, expertise, or rational decision-making. I believe politicians should work with evidence, understand complex issues, and surround themselves with smart people. And to be honest, I still believe this matters, even today. It matters deeply. Maybe it sounds naive. But the truth is that the world has changed and is still changing. In the age of artificial intelligence, political leadership can no longer be defined simply by who has the best technical information, who has the best solution, who has the best to offer to people, or who appears to be the smartest guy or girl in the room. AI systems can already process enormous amounts of data, identify patterns, and in many cases provide faster and more sophisticated assessments than humans can. AI can bring new ideas faster than politicians can. AI is actually today the smartest person in the room. However, what technology cannot replace so easily is empathy. It cannot replace trust. It cannot replace the ability to listen and it cannot replace the human capacity to understand fear, frustration, dignity, fairness, or hope. I increasingly believe that the democratic leaders of the future, if they want to deal with AI, will not be distinguished not only by their analytical intelligence or by wisdom, but mainly by their emotional intelligence. And I mean, this is the most positive democratic, and I mean it in the most positive democratic sense. I see that there is a chance for us how to reshape the democracy for 21st century, how to deal with new technologies that are influencing our societies. Because we see what the tools and emotional skills can do in wrong hands. Because today we often see anti-democratic and authoritarian actors using emotions and technology combined far more effectively than democratic forces do. They understand anger, they understand fear, they manipulate these emotions, they understand humiliation and resentment. And they are often extremely skilled at manipulating these emotions for political advantage and for promoting anti-democratic ideas. Democratic politics, however, cannot respond simply with technological language, statistics, data processing, or other managerial competencies alone. If democratic leaders want to rebuild trust, they must become better at listening, better at empathy, and better at creating a sense of shared belonging and common purpose. Because democracy is not sustained only through institutions. It is sustained through relationships between people, within communities, and through citizens feeling that they are seen, heard, and respected by their politicians, but also by their compatriots. This is what makes society democratic. This brings me to what I believe is a central challenge we face today. The greatest danger posed by AI is not simply that false information can spread more rapidly or that AI-generated content can shape public discourse and political choices more effectively, as I already discussed. The deeper danger is that citizens begin to lose confidence in the existence of a shared reality itself. Democracy has never required complete agreement. Pluralism, disagreement, and political competition are natural part of democratic life. I think that that's what we love on democracy. But democracy does require something more fundamental, a shared belief that facts and evidence still matter, that trust can still be pursued, truth can be still pursued, and that political opponents remain part of the same democratic community, and that they have leaders who understand this. When this foundation erodes, democracy may remain procedurally intact, but politically and emotionally hollow. This is a wide debate about issue I consider very important. Democratic resilience, which goes hand in hand with electoral integrity, cannot remain limited to technological questions alone. Of course, regulation matters, transparency matters, security in the cyberspace matters, platform accountability matters. Dealing with foreign manipulations and interferences matters. But democratic resilience is ultimately not only a technological challenge. It is a whole of society resilience. It is a leadership challenge. And I believe that one of the strongest sources of democratic resilience in the age of AI is social cohesion. And I think emotions will play an important role here as well. Societies that are deeply fragmented, insecure, where social isolation is omnipresent, or that are where politically abandoned people feel that they have nothing to lose, are far more vulnerable to manipulation, extremism, disinformation, and democratic erosion in general. By contrast, societies with stronger trust, stronger civil society, and civic participation, stronger local communities, and stronger democratic inclusion are far more resilient, even in periods of profound technological disruptions we are facing now. And this is also why I believe that your role, especially the role of younger generation, and all active, young-minded people is so important. Actually, young people, young generation is growing up in the most digitally saturated political environment in history. They have probably better answers than we have. I haven't grown up in digital world. You experience algorithmic politics from your birth more or less. You see online polarisation from your teenage. You also face issues like digital loneliness and also information overload more intensely than any previous generation. But at the same time, I think that the young generation and young people across Europe and other places are also demonstrating extraordinary creativity and resilience by building new civic networks and healthier communities, by defending electoral integrity and warning about the risks we are facing, by strengthening media and digital literacy, especially through peer-to-peer exchanges and engagement, which is more credible than somebody teaching young people how to behave in the digital world, or by exposing disinformation campaigns, and important by developing new forms of democratic participation and solidarity across borders, which is mostly important. In many ways, your community here is not simply defending democracy. And I think that should be probably our task together. We need to help redefine how democracy can function in the 21st century. We should not look for some historical status quo. We shouldn't be nostalgic. We need to think about the future, how to create a new democracy that works better. And this should give us a reason for hope. Because despite all the disruptions we are facing and we are witnessing across the world, democracy remains fundamentally a human project, a project of hope, a positive project. Artificial intelligence may accelerate distrust, may help manipulation, and can be a source of or tool of polarization. It can change ideas about what we want. It can change and shape our identities. But the future of democracy will ultimately be decided not by the sophistication of algorithms, but by the strength, cohesion, and resilience of our societies, and perhaps also by our ability to rediscover something very simple: the ability to listen to each other, to rebuild trust, and to believe that despite our differences, despite our different preferences, we still share a common democratic future. And that is, I think, why this gathering is really important, why it matters. I would like to invite you for an excellent day in Prague, for interesting, thought-provoking discussions, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect. This is more than enough volume in the room, I think. So thank you very much for that insight. One of the things that you brought up before we get into that first panel was this idea of emotion, a thing that machines inherently lack. And I think that that's one of the things that brings us all together today is this emotional attachment that we have towards promoting democracy. And I think that's one of the things that we can build on with that social foundation as we move out throughout the day. The first panel that we have coming up here is on Democracy Distorted, how AI-generated content undermines democratic competition, public discourse, and voter trust. And so you can think, I think, we have this panel and we have some of the questions, and there'll be an open Q&A later. How much is your trust or distrust triggered by just an emotional reaction to the information that you get today? And so we're going to talk a lot about that today. So if I could be joined by our panel, the first person I'd like to introduce is Jakub. Thank you. Perfect. Sismik, the founder of CEE Digital Democracy Watch. Okay. The second person is also a very good friend of ours, Dr. Melanie Garson, associate professor at UCL. The third, Nino Dolidze, independent expert on elections and information integrity. And the fourth, Peter Jančarík, the head of content moderation from Seznam. Very good. So in this panel, we have more than enough to talk about, I think, given what's going on in the world and the backgrounds that we all bring in. But I think that one of the things that's most on people's minds, because they see it in the media every single day, are these issues of deepfakes and synthetically generated content. It's all over social media. We're seeing it shared by everybody from our crazy aunts and uncles all the way up to our politicians. So the first question I'd like to open up to everyone is, how are deepfakes and synthetic content currently being used within the context of politics here in Europe? Yeah. Oh,
Now it should be good. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us here and starting with this. And definitely deepfakes are one of the things that are top of mind for anyone who is monitoring the political landscape and the election integrity today. Of course, there are some uses of deepfakes where it's clear that this is something that's satire, that's creating an imagined world for many people. But one aspect, one type of use that we keep on seeing across Europe, especially Central Eastern Europe, is how this technology is used to create an algorithmically amplified mass production that is flooding the zone online. In recent elections across the region, we were able to identify accounts that were running 6,000 posts from just one account. All of them were AI generated. They didn't seem to have much political sway, but at the same time, they were making associations between Western political leaders and the devil or the Stalin or any other emotionally engaging figures. So I wouldn't say it's the tool itself, but it is the fact that they are so easy to create, so easy to mass distribute. And even if they are not as successful, even if they are not very pertinent to the political discussions that are happening, they are good enough to sway this feeling of shared reality just because of their scale.
good. Melanie, I'd put the same question to you, but maybe even add a nuance to it, because you mentioned that some of them are being shared 6,000 at a time. What's the role of not just the synthetic content generator, but botnets and things that might be spreading that?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here today. It's really interesting watching the evolution of these botnets, sort of testing areas and how they grow. And I think that's absolutely the case. And I think it was highlighted in the keynote as well. It's the generation of the imagery itself is sort of a natural evolution of the technology. The danger is this sort of pace of amplification and how that is able to be targeted along the lines, again, to the fears, to the the key issues of the day. And I think what's often missing when we think about the adversarial use of this type of information is for many of the malign actors that are creating this, particularly if they're state-based actors, this has always been, it's not new, it's always been a key part of their operating strategy. And it's always been, and in a very holistic way. And whereas, in Europe and Western democracies, we've always separated out the information sphere, it's always become sort of on the side. This has always been part of a holistic element for these particular malign actors. And it goes into play. So these botnets has always been, and they've called it, we've had it, the army. It's always been part of their intent, and with a very strategic focus to take whatever the information is, deepfake, not deepfake, blurring of the truth, and mass project it in order to achieve their aim.
Very good.
Good morning, everybody. It's really great pleasure to be here. And yeah, I have been working on elections almost 20 years, and now we have to become also information expert in order to really respond to the problems what we are seeing. And I want to bring perspectives from Georgia and region in order to better understand, I think, because in Georgia, we had elections in 2024. And since then, we are in political crisis. And these elections, although had its traditional election problems, what are election manipulations in old style, of course, part of it was information manipulation and information warfare, I would say. And one of the key elements of this information warfare was based on the threats. What are common threats in Europe? In Georgia, it was war and peace issue. And then how it was amplified through information campaigns in order to create really threat, and it really affected on elections. And also, we are discussing here for EU, but we are not, for example, EU country, we are a candidate country, but it's also very much important to understand how this information may be tested in the countries like developing democracies, and if it works in our countries, then how it can be worked EU member states as well. So it's really playground and testing grounds, countries like Georgia and others who are still developing democracy and how it is working. And the patterns, what we see with the AI, is that here, many of you already mentioned that disinformation is not new, and we have been seeing it even before the technologies. And of course, with the digital development, it amplified. But what is different with AI, what I can say is that it is very much impersonated. When we are seeing in elections, whether it's candidate, political parties, or policies, it's very much impersonated because there are deepfakes, it's videos, audio. And if previously it was very difficult to trust only text, now when you see videos, memes, it's more resonating in the people. So it's very much impersonated. Second, what I want to say is that there is different type of narrative amplification. If previously it was done manually, now it can be done very easily through these fabricated bots. So it is amplified in different like platforms very easily. Third one, what we are seeing, and in Georgia, and I think in other countries also, is illusion of widespread public support. It is very much affecting on public opinion. For example, you see Facebook post, which is amplified by hundreds and thousands of trolls and bots through AI. But whenever real person enters and sees all this, they think that this is the reality. So this is creating alternative reality, and then people really trust this. So it is something what we are seeing. And fourth one is flooding of information. There are so many information, so many flows, that at the end of the day, I think there will be a dilemma whether people will believe information at all or not. Whether it's true or not, they will not be distinguishing, just whether people can really believe information. It's so much there. So this is very shortly, but then of course I can go into details. Thank you.
So thanks for having me. The first applause. Thanks for having me, and I'm supposed to give a perspective of a platform here, since we serve a lot of information. I see plenty of non-Czechs in the room. So first of all, I would like to say a few words about Seznam. So apart from beer, socks and sandals, Seznam is another very much Czech thing, right? So we are one of the very few countries that has a strong local platform. We reached about 90% of the Czech internet population. We are basically on par with Meta and Google in the country, which is quite unique, and which is also why we take this mission to serve trusted news quite seriously. I believe you are hoping that we are sitting on some magical tool that will detect disinformation and deepfakes, but I'm gonna disappoint you from the very beginning. We try to do I think it's really useful to do a lot of old school stuff that helps us prevent from spreading disinformation and some illicit, political content, for example. And we had recent elections in Czechia last fall. We are not only a platform, we are also a publisher of news. We run some of the most trusted news outlets here in the country, like Seznam Zprávy, but we also have a social platform. We have our own advertising system. We have lots of marketplaces, blogging platforms, and so on. So these are all like channels that can be misused for illicit political competition. One of the I would like to maybe I want to be very specific, and I will maybe mention like 4 major measures that we take to counter misinformation and deepfakes and so on. So first of all is user ID. We are lucky that in Czechia a bank ID is really working quite well. So anytime we see that some of our users is a fake account or is portraying somebody else, we ask them for identification. So that's the first thing that we can do. So we might make sure that we actually have humans on our platforms and our services. The second thing is editorial oversight. I think we are either techno-optimistic or techno-pessimistic, and the techno-optimists hope that everything will be done by AI and everything, like all the content moderation will be delegated to machines. It's not going to work, I'm afraid, and we see it every day. Like we have AI for content moderation, but the only thing that is able to take content down or to ban users is a human editor, and we still want to have human editors in place because there are so many gray areas that has to be decided every single day that you cannot just leave it to the AI, because it will go terribly wrong, I think, and we will not see any AGI coming up very soon. The third thing is something that I already touched upon. We are also a publisher, so we don't want to be only the ones taking down like bad content, but also serving the trusted news. And I think this is a challenge, and this is probably, maybe we will see a golden age of journalism coming up, because I have a 12-year-old daughter, and she the question is like, we are always asking question, how can we spot fake content? And I think this is the wrong question we ask. My 12-year-old daughter automatically expects everything is generated. The real challenge here is to convince her that something is real. So I think we are facing a different challenge. We have to flag the legitimate, the real content. And I think this is where journalism, like the good old journalism, comes to play, and we have really great journalists doing investigative work and so on. That's why they are currently under fire by the current government. And this is another thing. So it's not only about stopping the malicious content, but also giving an alternative. So this is the news that you can actually trust. And the last thing is, surprise, surprise, media literacy. I myself train media literacy from kids to teachers to older adults. And I think it's really important to actually explain how media work, because like most of the people in our countries don't really understand how editorial process works, how media cover news, how they make stories, how they report the stories. And maybe my bonus point would be we always tend to talk about generative AI, but we often forget that we had AI for many years on social media algorithms that actually shaped the things that we know and the things that we don't know about the world. And I think we shouldn't forget about that as well. So it's not only about generative AI. We were all, surprised and flabbergasted by ChatGPT, but we've had algorithms and AI in algorithms for many years, and it changed our democracies tremendously, I think.
Yeah, I think there's the scope of AI, everybody's focused on the large language models because it's what everyone really wants to think of. And so it's become this idea that that is AI, but in reality, AI has been with us since 2005 with the rise of these social networks and getting rid of news-based feeds that are chronological and going for what's going to keep your attention on the site. And these incendiary things have gotten a lot of attention. You mentioned, trying to be able to flag real information. I had a very similar experience with my son, who, in watching a documentary, a BBC documentary from the 1980s on Kung Fu, he looked at it and he goes, "That's AI." So it raises a question. I think there's a number of different ways of cutting it. One is sort of age, as the new generation is grown up with skepticism, convincing them what is real becomes extremely important and a great role for, as you say, the old school journalism. But then there's also the sort of horizontal map that we live in. And I was wondering if you could speak to what are the different environments that are particularly vulnerable or susceptible to these kind of campaigns, and why? What could be done about them?
Yeah, I think you having a look into your children's life is the new normal, actually. So it's not only children, but it's young voters, it's older voters, it's many of the groups that are taking their information from the online spaces. I'm really happy that we already mentioned the fact that most of the algorithms on the social media platforms are already AI mediated, but this is not the only space and environment where we are seeing the impact. I'm happy to hear optimistic things about the future of the journalism, but also access to media is AI mediated many times today. Is it via the language models, the chatbots that are sourcing their information from the media, but are rarely showing where the information comes from, or doesn't have a very well-tuned, fine-tuned way of deciding what type of information they should be sourcing? This is something that is being used by the Russian actors who are trying to poison the LLMs and to flood the zone with enough information in the style of the SEO, search engine optimization, a few years back, where in the smaller languages, if you are able to generate 300 websites that are sharing a fake narrative on something, this might become the mainstream narrative in the eyes of the chatbots AI and where they take their information from. So the chatbots are one thing, but the other thing is the fact that the search function in Google, for example, something that we're very used to having those indexed links directly leading us to the information, is being replaced by the AI overview functions that are changing our perceptions and our and the way we do things from the listed, like the list of sources, into an automated write-up about something. So it's someone else who is making the decision about what information you are seeing, and you're not seeing the information in their source, but you're seeing some sort of adaptation of the information, some sort of interpretation. The early research from the current US elections, for example, show that many of the chatbots are giving quite objective information if you ask about specific political actors. And the main source for them is still a Wikipedia or the mainstream news pages, but the risks are there, and it's not even about the specific search that you do, but it's about that you're getting used to the tool that's even less transparent and gives you less proximity to the source of information. So that would be one of the environments that I think needs to be closely watched.
Melanie.
Yeah, I'd like to say that at the moment in a marking haze where I can literally tell who's used Claude, who's used Gemini, and who's used an overview as I look at papers in education. I'm going to sort of sort of shift a little bit away on, because one of the things that I look at is also the spaces that we aren't tracking. So we're very good at looking now at social media and social media spaces. And I think there's a lot being missed when we're looking at things. I've particularly been looking recently at gaming platforms and areas and communities. And you mentioned that this is about social communities. It's all about communities. And there's, we've got a lot of focus on the big stuff that we see, but we forget about the communities that are highly engaged, highly online, and are becoming spaces for huge amounts of disinformation and misinformation, particularly framed. And again, we're getting this where we've seen this in recent messaging from the Iran war, where there's an integration between images from games and images from reality. And in some cases, these have even been discussed on television as with real analysts, the defense ministers, and their generated pictures from games as part of real analysis. And we're getting sort of this blurring of the line between what's real and the gaming industry. But there's a huge amount of sort of beginning to be evidence of these other types of platforms that are huge sources of polarization or being able to swing where elections might go, that we don't yet have the moderating capability on. The other area there's a flag that we're beginning to see with, and we talked about it in the recent US elections, is things like polymarket. And sort of where polymarket it's being used and sort of generated, and again, it goes to all this convergence of not just the deepfake in itself, not just the algorithm in itself, but where it then comes into another platform. And then you get media citing polymarket as an independent kind of arbiter of what a trend might be that can then come back and influence an election. So I think we've got to certainly begin to think a lot bigger than just where, as you stated, like, or I have teenagers, like there's now a baseline assumption in this hyper-realistic world that pretty much everything is generated. And that's then now pushing on to thinking about how is that then influencing things that we believe are standards of neutrality, and how are those going to come back and influence how people are thinking. The final point I want to make very quickly is we go and look for sources of truth. So we think that that's tendency that everything online is fake, that actually there's also, and we saw this with the US election, it became known as like the podcast election, right? So everything was put into, you're going to hear truth in a podcast. And that also opens up a new level of now you have these trusted voices, but those can also still be very polarizing voices. So how do you bridge that gap as well? So it's becoming, as I said, started with my previous comment, for many malicious actors that are pushing to this, they see this very holistically and they see these connections, and encountering that, we're not as good as sort of making those connections and thinking about a holistic strategy to combat it.
Yeah, in some cases we're a bit behind the ball there, I think, and need to do a little bit more. In one of your first remarks, you mentioned Georgia, and how it's somewhat particularly an interesting case to look at, being a candidate country and things like that. Could you dig into that, for example? Why is Georgia, for example, such an interesting electoral environment where this could play such a major role, or any of the other places that you've worked?
Sure, yeah. I also wanted to respond about kids asking these questions, because I have also 2 kids, and what's different from us, I think, kids do not look it negatively. They say that it's AI generated, but they look it positively. So we can also discuss not only negative sides of AI in elections, but also positive sides as well, how election management bodies or state institutions can use it positively to process huge data, etc. How also watchdog organizations, fact checkers, and monitors can use it not to do manually things, but through AI. Also, how political parties and candidates can process all the data for campaigning. So not only from the negative perspective, which is more right now, but also from the positive perspective, because as I said, my kids really look at it as a positive side and not negative. But going back to Georgia, Georgia is really a very interesting case because Georgian people are very pro-EU people. We have more than 80% supporting EU integration process. And we are candidate country, but at the same time, EU integration process and EU integration narratives were very much used during elections in 2024, for example. And it was surprise for many our international partners saying that on one hand, you are so much EU supportive country, but at the same time, the government who is there is doing anti-EU steps. And then we had to explain that it was done through this information warfare, hybrid warfare, because whatever we have been seeing and listening from government propaganda was on one hand, oh yes, we want to do EU integration, but the narratives was against that. And I already mentioned one of the key narrative was, for example, peace and war issue. We all know that Ukraine is under war and Georgia had 2 wars since independence, since 90s with Russia. 20% of our territories are occupied by Russia. So this sentiment and danger and threat coming from Russia, which is our neighbor, is always there. So it was used and manipulated for elections. And it's very, very much important when we are talking about AI and the disinformation and everything, the content, what they are using is very much important. In Georgia's case, also in Moldova's case, now Armenia's elections are coming. They are using this identity issue, geopolitical dimensions. So everything what is sensitive to the countries. So that's why Georgia's case was on one hand, people pro-EU support, but then using war threat that if we move towards EU very quickly, second front might be opened in Georgia. And we had experiences. Even last one is war was in 2008. And for example, yesterday we had a webinar on Armenia and hybrid warfare, what's ongoing there as well. In Armenia, this disinformation, malign actors are using the sentiments, what is there, for example, the Azerbaijan-Armenian war or Russia-Turkey dimension. So disinformation, hybrid warfare is using all the sentiments what we have, and through AI, of course, it's amplified, it's more personalized, as I said. The scale is huge, because if previously you needed large organizations to do that, right now you are doing with few people. And of course, yeah, it's affecting, and we together should do something. And here it's also very important that it cannot be done through only civil society or only media or only government. You mentioned whole of society approach is critical in order to tackle disinformation problems. Thank you.
Peter, I know you've done a fair amount of work in these areas and have some experience on different electoral environments. So if you could elaborate potentially on some of the work that you've done directly on that, and what's worked, what hasn't worked, you know, to try and help.
One thing I forgot to mention is fact checking. I mean, disclaimer, it's not going to save us, right? But it's just one of the things that we can do, because there is no silver bullet for that, right? So we have to, you know, fight on all the battles that are out there. And we have really good experience with fact checking, not only fact checking of discussions where we cooperate with external projects, with universities, and that's where I'm going. So we build partnerships with people who are more clever than us, and we rely on them. So we don't, for the simple fact that we don't want to be the ones, you know, saying this is a quality outlet or this is not. So we cooperate with all sorts of rating and fact-checking organizations. And before elections last year, we even extended our partnership with we cooperated with Czech Demagogue, and we updated our terms and conditions of our political ad service. And we reserved the right to consult political ads with Demagogue, to actually fact check political ads and have a right to reject these ads. So we had the right to reject and not run the ads if Demagogue ruled them either false or misleading. The thing that we saw, for example, is it's really difficult to fact check ads, because it's always about promise and telling stories. So it's sometimes we struggle with Demagogue to actually find the things to fact check, because it was sometimes difficult. But we also saw attempts to run fake ads on behalf of the different parties, and that's why we still have people in place. By the way, the best detection tool for AI-generated blogs are our editors. They immediately see, I mean, we have really skilled editors, and they immediately see this was done by ChatGPT because they know the words, especially in smaller language. They immediately see like this was generated. When it comes to whole society approach, I would also want to be very specific here, and I also return back to my daughter, which is a really great example to train on. The pitfall with chatbots, with the interface that we have with them, is that we immediately build trust with them, and that's a really a huge trap for us, because the way they are designed is to sound like you can trust them, even though they are making things up. I don't know if you are following this guy named Husk on Instagram, on YouTube. He's great because he's he's able to prove that AI chatbot will tell you anything just to keep you engaged in the conversation and convincing you that there is a letter X in the word December, which is so it's giving you really a completely false information. And the problem is that it's acting like a human. It has a human voice. And one of my favorite podcasters here in Czechia, his name is Josef Holly, he says that the first thing you need to do with the chatbot, you need to rename him, because they can play, and they can take a role of somebody, and just don't make him act as a human being, because that's really a trap for you, because you immediately build relationship with them, even a romantic relationship, and that's something that we are seeing as well. But rename him like, now ChatGPT act as a data center, and he will start communicate to you not as a human being but as a data center, and he can play a role. So you're not feeling like you are interacting with a human being, but you are only interacting with a statistical model, actually, that is computed somewhere in Amazon cloud or wherever. So the first thing to do on your personal level is to defend yourself from being attached to a chatbot. I think it's a good way to start, so you are not immediately trusting the information. And the second thing is, chatbots, we call them artificial intelligence. For me, it's narrative search. They are only searching data they already trained on, or they can look into the internet and summarize text, basically. And the thing you should always stick to, and the thing that are also teaching kids in workshops, is to go after sources. Claude is better in that they can even show you how they think, so to say, and show you and give you the sources. ChatGPT is more creative in that, so it's not only always showing you the sources, but always ask for the sources, otherwise it's going to mislead you terribly, and double check the sources. I don't know, like if you notice, like a couple of days ago, New York Times had a really big problem and F up that happened. They get, I mean, everybody's using generative AI. It's a great tool. I mean, I'm not going to say I use it every day, but you have to be really in charge of that, and you have to really vet everything it gives you. And New York Times had a problem that they let AI to summarize somebody's speeches, and they attributed a quote to a person, some politician, I don't know the name, and it was actually not a quote. It was just a paraphrase of some other speeches that they actually that he said in a way, but AI gave the journalist an impression that this is a quote, and he quoted the guy in the article, and they have to apologize for that because they didn't double check if he actually said that. So always go after sources. That would be my second advice.
Yeah, and that very much then has a subsequent effect, right, of decreasing trust in the New York Times as a source, because the next time somebody sees it, they might not trust it as much. And I think, Melanie, I think you mentioned podcasts as well as determining the U.S. election recently, and the role that these different mediums play, where trust is really the mediator. No matter how many times Joe Rogan will say, "Don't trust me, I'm just a comedian, don't take medical advice from me," he still has a larger audience than all of the major media nighttime news stations in the US combined on a weekly basis. And so one of the things that I wanted to ask next is, on this issue of voter trust in particular, and this it really has a lot to do with the ads, right? How do you trust something that's a promise that hasn't happened? It's not yet a lie because they haven't failed yet, so you can't hold that against them too much. But at what point does voter trust become significantly eroded? And what examples are there that we have in recent elections, for example, that suggest that voter trust is being eroded, and what could we do to fix that? So kind of two sides to it, right? At what point does voter trust go beyond saving, and what could we do to save it?
Yeah, I think this is a way broader question. Obviously, we're here today to talk about the AI and AI's impact on how the voters see the world, but I think this is a wrapper that's put on something that's more real. And of course, voters have their own experiences. They see the situations around them and their families. And we heard since the keynote speeches that that a lot of this of what we see as a technological crisis is actually a response to the realities that the voters see around themselves. It also pertains to the AI. Many people are feeling anxious about what's the impact of this technology on their work life, on their careers, on their close ones. They are thinking about the impact on the environment, especially if we're talking about a data center that is being built in your direct environment or neighborhoods. So I would differentiate, like I wouldn't blame the AI for for all the loss in trust that we're seeing in the systems, in the politicians, how they can impact our lives. But I would agree that AI is very good in creating those moments, those momentums of, I don't want to say like a psychosis, but like a very big political momentums that are convincing you that this is the only narrative that's right, that's correct. And if you think about this a week after, you're surprised to even realize that you are in this state of mind. There are US journalists that are calling those like bastardized flow states. So you're getting into this weird state of mind where you've been scrolling for some hours, that you've been bombarded with all of those videos, messages, sounds at the same time. And it really allows you to distort from the reality or from your real body experience. I'm not a psychologist. I can't comment on this further, but we are seeing that those addictive features of the technological tools are starting to get defined, to be tackled in the US in courts, and in Europe in the EU legislation. Some definitions are popping up. So this is the next frontier I think we will be seeing in the next few years, is how to define the impact on mental health and society health of this technology.
Yeah, I mean, well, voter trust is fundamentally still an element of that, or declining voter trust is probably, I'm not talking about current trauma in UK politics, but it's to do with the people who are actually the politicians, right? At the end, you're still voting for a person, and I think we have a problem with some of our politicians as much as we have as people, as much as we have with AI. I think the other thing that, that comes into this argument is the way that the information ecosystem has created influencers within the ecosystem that then sort of become almost the arbiters of where, similar to the podcast, of where the trust lies. And sort of looking at a really interesting case study to look at, although not European, is Brazil. Brazil in their 2023 elections, and so I've been looking at this a little bit with the gaming lens, because they have huge amounts of gamers, and they look at like 70% of their gamers spend more than 2 hours a day on their platform. So it's really significant, and it's really evenly split between men and women. And one of the things that they wanted to do is increase the women's vote. So they created actually an RPG, a role-playing game that was designed actually for women, with a whole bunch of female gaming influencers that put this together. And it was a 4-series game. And it was designed about fighting fascists whose superpower was to spread disinformation. And this had like 60,000 people will play the game, and sort of really interesting sort of elements of where they were beginning to look at these ecosystems. And one of the areas they also looked at, they noticed that Star Wars was a really dominant narrative in some of the games, so Twitch, Discord sort of conversations. So they created a meme, and this is it's the double-edged sword of this information sort of counter spaces, was it created a meme that says, I'm a Jedi and I support Lula. And this went really kind of quite viral. And Mark Hamill picked it up. And Mark Hamill then retweeted it. And Lula then retweeted Mark Hamill tweeting about this original meme. Now, people happen to view this as positive because they wanted this particular shift in an election, but it just highlights how this process works within this sort of creating trust, that it's not just about the information, but that pathway of who are the trusted voices that are then not just the algorithm, but also in generating this information that I think we always have to be super mindful of now in this ecosystem.
There's almost an aspect of the trusted myth too, right? Because I think if we all assume that Jedi aren't real, as disappointing as that might be to us, right? This is just a sort of modern cultural myth that comes from Hollywood, but it has such a heroic association in our mind. You would trust a Jedi, you wouldn't trust a Sith. And so to associate yourself, oh, we are the good guys, right? Like you see similar imagery, I know, in right-wing circles in the English-speaking world, around being the lion and not the sheep, right? You see that a lot, particularly in far right groups where they're sharing these memes as well. And even, you know, Donald Trump has shared some of these memes, and other politicians have shared those memes. And then other people share their versions of it as well. So it almost seems like these cultural myths become the anchor of trust in an area where myth is just as good as a New York Times article in the minds of so many people.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, in the recent Bangladesh elections, there's a problem with the deepfakes of clerics. And that's the other thing, is where you like, who are the sort of where you're getting a deepfake of sort of the trusted positions in this, that also adds another layer to that. But
yeah, about the trust, even before AI, for elections, of course, voters' trust is the key. And if voters do not trust the process, election management body or any other institution, even very free and fair election can be like questioned. So trust is key for elections in general. And of course, when you have this hybrid warfare and then it's amplified through AI, of course, it's even more problematic. And here we already mentioned that it's not only about AI, but according to Freedom House, for example, we have global decline in democracy 20 years in a row. Yes. And of course, it's not a problem of AI. Generally, we have global democracy decline. And of course, it is affecting on people's trust on elections and election-related processes. But of course, when you have the goal also to undermine process from the malign actors, of course, it's affecting. And it's more affecting in vulnerable societies, as I said, because disinformation is trying to use all these vulnerabilities. And for example, in the countries, their state institutions are not that much independent that can be used as one of the key, for example. Also, we are seeing these trends in Europe, like nihilism related to elections and low participation, it's there. Also, we are seeing refusal to accept legitimacy of the election results. There are this in some of the countries. We are seeing also negative attitudes towards journalists, investigative journalists, fact-checking, etc. So it's also affecting, of course, on election and election trust. And also we are seeing hostile environment also for election monitor organizations, civil society organizations, shrinking civic space, etc. So of those groups who are talking on elections, who are helping elections process, so it's always there. So this decline of the trust is there. AI is amplifying it. And now I think we have to find the ways and we have to talk about that, how to bring this trust back to people, whether it's created through AI or it's created because of the global decline in general. Because at the end of the day, democracy is not only legislation, constitution, or voting processes. It's also about the shared reality, which can be debated. So if shared reality is collapsed, then people cannot really trust any processes. So this is something I think we should be talking today as well after this session, how we should bring back voters and citizen trust to democracy and the electoral processes.
So polarization leads to a lack of trust there.
So just very briefly, 2 points. One, the point of view from when we talk about trust and platforms. Well, I think the answer is to have a rigorous content moderation practices in place, so you don't have so you don't give platform to disinformation, hate speech, toxic content, and fake accounts, and so on. That's the basic hygiene you can do. And from the point of publisher, you have to stick to the same principles, and you go after every single government, because this is what we are currently under fire for. That the current government is saying that, you haven't covered the scandals of the previous government, which is completely false. We covered all the scandals from all the previous governments, and this is the only way to win back the trust, to stick to principles and do critical journalism, no matter who is in power. That would be a simple answer.
No, I think you raise a really good point there as well. And following from Nino's comments on, a lack of trust amongst people leads to a lack of trust amongst systems. How can you overcome in an area with content moderation a lack of trust in content moderation? Because I know that this is one of the things we've started to see as well in certain electoral ceremonies.
With my colleagues, we half jokingly say that if you do content moderation properly, at the end of the day, nobody likes you. Because everybody feels like their content was taken down wrongfully. And we always, to do it properly, you have to explain why you took down the content. So we notify the users. We sent you, like, this is the letter of our terms of service that you violated. This is the particular content why we took you down. We in our terms of service, we quote, like, what is the content that we want to platform and what is the content we don't want to platform. And I think the internet is a vast space. You can go anywhere else if you feel like we don't give you the platform to spread all sorts of stuff. It's really difficult to balance, and it's for a whole new panel to talk about how to balance freedom of expression with some basic safety of your users. And it's a constant battle, and at the end of the day, nobody is happy with the results. And that's why we often tell ourselves that this is why we do our job. This is when we do our job properly, that nobody is happy after all. But we have to really again, stick to the same standards, no matter if you're left, right, liberal, conservative. This is the stuff that you are allowed to test, or you are free to say, and this is something that is bordering with hate speech, disinformation, and so on. And we either fact check you, or unfortunately, we often sometimes take you down. But I mean, if you look at the statistics, and for example, for our social platform, only like 1% of the posts are taken down, and it's usually mostly like vulgar exchanges between the users, and then there is even a smaller fraction of really a disinformation and hate speech. They usually swear at each other in the comment section. That's basically the major reason why we take you down. So it's just I think the principle of the Digital Services Act is great, because it basically says that everything that is illegal offline is illegal online. So I'm not going to threaten you with a gun here, and I'm not going to say that, Justin, I will kill you after this panel. It will be illegal, right? Yeah. So why would we allow it online? That's a very basic question you can ask.
That's very good. It's very interesting to
and I'm not going to do that, don't worry.
No, I wasn't too worried. That 1% of the content is actually moderated there because of the system that you have in place, where I've seen other people that are AI only that are saying that up to 30% of the content is being flagged for moderation under those systems.
like about 80 or 75% of the content is automatically whitelisted by AI because we use only AI. We use AI only to whitelist comments that are fine, and the rest is left to human editors to go through them. And from these 20%, only like 1% is taken down. So it's not that huge as like people will always say, oh, you says not censoring stuff. It's not actually. If you look at the numbers, it's a very small fraction of people, and you know it's the reality is much. I think the reality is much better than what we see online every day, because you know these algorithms are polarizing us, and it seems like everything is either completely wrong or completely great, and it's not the way it works.
Yeah. It's not nearly as bad as it seems.
No, it's not. It's not. It's actually when you talk to people who are arguing online. Has anybody ever won an argument online? Raise your hand. Not really. Me neither. So it's always better to confront somebody in person, because you know the whole interaction goes completely in a different way.
Yeah. There is no emoji for "oh, you changed my mind."
By the way, if I may, I was reading, I don't remember exactly which university did a like small experiment, so that AI troll bots were responding to people, and their responses were more persuasive for the people than humans, because AI is going through this person's like logic, whatever. So I was also thinking maybe you use AI in order to really go and in debates with some of the people who do not believe us.
That's an experiment that also took place. I think it was also published in Nature or Science, one of these big journals. And they actually showed that you can, I think the number was pretty big. So like improvement was like 20%. Like if AI chatbot trained to debunk disinformation, talk to people who believe conspiracy theories, they change their mind in 20% of the time, which is great, because some of those people are, if you ever argued with somebody who believes in conspiracy theories, they are sometimes so deep into the rabbit hole that it's very difficult to change their mind. So I think 20% is a great outcome.
Yeah, I think that was the psych department at NYU that was leading some of that. They do very interesting work in this space. As a sort of last question before we open it up to the audience, what are the warning signs that we should be looking for in this sort of brave new world that we live in, to use the analogy, if you will, as we go into some of the new election cycles that so many countries are facing? What are the warning signs that we should look for?
I wrote down a few wording signs in the meantime when I was listening to Peter's comment, because you're in a really specific situation when we're talking about the locally driven platform that is interconnected with the actual media outlet locally. But many of the main sources, the main gatekeepers of information today are platforms that are global and that are that aim to have like a unified set of standards for many international audiences and many local legal systems. So even for content moderation, what we're seeing is that some of those platforms, for example, in Poland, for having 8 million users in our country, they will have one Polish-speaking moderator, and the rest is AI-mediated moderation. So if this builds trust, I'm not exactly sure, but this is the reality that we are in. We are seeing that the AI-driven moderation is based not on the actual understanding of the posts that are being uploaded, but is based on specific keywords that are not always context specific. And this is something that is also sometimes difficult for civic organizations. So for the LGBTQs, for the women, for the environmentalists, for people talking about climate, they are sometimes also shut out of those big platforms for conversation, because it's a compliance risk to run ads like this or to run discussions like this. We are also seeing new ways of communications, especially the live broadcasts and the live streams. They are especially difficult to moderate, to do content moderation around, because this is something that happens in the real time. It is something that you need to have like a very good speech to text and moderate on top of this. So this is a place where we are also seeing some challenges, and those tools being hacked or misused to spread lots of negative information or try to influence the conversation in specific countries. And one other thing that I think that the biggest platforms are more susceptible to is to being, because of their scale, they are being targets of coordinated campaigns, of coordinated threats that you have groups internationally looking for those weak spots on how to circumvent those rules for content moderation and how to spread specific information in mass way to flood the zone. And I think this is also something we need to keep in mind, not only for the social media platforms, but currently also for the AI-led, the AI-first platforms. Is it chatbots? Is it the language models? Is it agents? This is something we will be keeping an eye on for 2027 election in Poland and beyond.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, on one level, to pick up on that, I think one of the greatest challenges we'll face going forward is managing the poisoning of the models. So sort of what is the information, and do they have the verification sort of processes in place to be able to flag when there's waves of information that could be distorting what the output is. I mean, the flags are always going to be in human behavior in practice. So how are we seeing, whether that's in protests, whether that's in marches, whether that's what's going on the street, will still remain the flag of seeing what's online. I think to Nina's point about AI is, it's a super wicked problem, but that is also our tool to help us go through this. And you know that more than anyone, but to sort of how do we use this as our superpower as well? How do we enable it in our processes to be able to create those temperature checks? I'm just going to say the one thing that I think we sometimes also need to keep an eye on is the convergence between physical and digital, the digital element of sort of how are we receiving information, and where that's narrowing to interfere with the normal processes that we'd have for critical thinking, meta glasses, sort of digital assistants, where you're getting now ways that your digital assistant can speak to you through bone conduction headsets and things like that, that are really narrowing the space so between the hardware and the software and the thinking, that will challenge a lot of the natural processes we put in place to try and get people to stop and think and critically think, because it's happening in a much more intuitive way. And I think that's something we're going to have to really think forward on.
Yeah, I do not have much to add on that. One thing is that, of course, we should continue monitoring the digital space. I have been hearing skepticism about monitoring and fact-checking recently, that it's not preventing things, but I would say that no, we should continue, of course, monitoring and looking into the information. And yeah, there are two things which can be like early signs. As you said, one can be behavioral, how people are reacting, what is the content and narrative spreading around, and if it's something new, disinformation, alarming. And second one is, of course, looking at digital space, if there is coordinated behavior, if there is amplified information. So we should continue, and you can easily see early signs. Although some people are skeptical, you can really easily see. And then, of course, it's a matter of debunking how you want to continue, how you want to solve the problems. But it can be easily detected from early signs, from behavioral, but also to looking at digital platforms.
Nothing to add, really. Let's open up for discussion.
Yeah, happy to.
Back
We
to your
got the
point
mic.
about trusted journalism and thinking about children. I think there's been a real problem with the gatekeeping of journalism and putting a paywall up. And the reason I notice is like, I have a 18-year-old that wants to be a journalist. She happened to do a course with the Telegraph where they gave her a year's access free to content. And it literally blew her mind. She was like, oh my gosh, I'm reading the newspaper every day. Because it was given to her free. And I think there's a real point to be made about young people should have free access like the paywall for news is a real problem. And I don't know how we're going to resolve that model, but certain young people through schools or whatever should have non-paywall access to all journalism.
Two more points. There was a really nice campaign by one Slovak newspaper who opened up for students to give it for €1 for whole year. So, or they can choose how much they want to donate. So, which is great, which is really true. And another thing, the media needs to move outside their comfort zone, and journalists should go into social media. I think it's really great that we see journalists like being also a social media influencers and actually showing how they work every day. And it's not like that George Soros calls them every morning and tells them what to write, right? So it's always good to do this public media literacy education every day.
I think we have some questions from the audience. Yeah, whoever's got the mic there.
Yes, do you want me to introduce myself as well?
Just very briefly.
My name is Alexander Petrashov. I'm from the Association of International Affairs here in Prague. And I wanted to ask you more with regards to democracy in general. You have talked quite a little bit about voter preference, shared realities, etc. And I wanted to ask you more about electoral systems. So when we are going to vote as citizens, it's always very important how these votes are counted, how seats are aggregated, and how the candidates are actually decided. And it appears when we look at the greater global scale that some electoral systems appear to be more vulnerable than others. And to give a very stark example, if we look at the UK first past the post system or the American first past the post system, the system doesn't care if I win my district by 100,000 votes or 1 vote. And maybe a more starker example, we have seen a very interesting development 6 years ago in the US presidential election. Biden won by 7 million votes, but Trump could have won the election if he just had 50,000 more votes in key swing states. And given that it is simpler to influence 50,000 people in a key election than 7 million people, do you think we should update and change our electoral systems and electoral rules to mitigate the effects you have mentioned in this panel? Thank you.
Any takers?
I can respond to that. Yeah, indeed, it's a very important question. About the electoral systems, what I can say, there is no perfect electoral system, of course, but some of the systems are more representative, I would say, and some less. For example, if you are talking about proportional and majoritarian systems, etc. And of course, it's very much important to have fair electoral system in order to proper ensure citizens as voters representation in executive or legislative bodies. Of course, in many countries, electoral systems are misused. For example, in many countries, majoritarian system can be used in order to gain majority, or we are seeing gerrymandering, for example, to get more support. Also, for example, diaspora voting, immigrants voting are in some countries used in order to get support. Or, for example, in Georgia's case, recently it was banned because diaspora is not voting for the ruling party. So, of course, it's very much important to have fair electoral system. And it's pretty about the political agreement, because it's not only us, but political agreement should be about the electoral system. It should be through legislative means, but my experience shows that with good legislation you can have bad elections, and with normal legislation you can have good elections. So at the end of the day, it's more about the political will. So of course we should increase democratic processes in general to have better elections, I would say.
Yeah, and quick comment from me, but maybe from a bit of different perspective. But something we didn't touch on this panel is if the electoral institutions are aware of all of those changes that we discussed, and if they have tools to react. Because if, like, it was also introduced in the keynote speech that we're in a very internationalizing system. So many of those platforms, the social media platforms or the AI platforms, they are not registered in your country. The election bodies, they don't know how to act if they are seeing any infringements, or there's no consensus on what the infringement is, because those are such a new tools, such new technologies that it's very difficult to assert what an infringement would be. So this is why there is such a vital discussion on what an interference is, or where are the legal lines. And I think this is quite a big risk for the processes if you can exert control over the election process, if you maybe don't have the awareness, the tools, the willingness to actually identify those issues that we discussed here today.
Very good. I think we have another question here.
So my name is Urban Strandberg. I'm the director of the International Youth Think Tank and a Kettering Global Fellow. You have a massive expertise in political communication and information in the digital world. But hi, we are also existing in the physical world still. Partying, having on-site rallies, we have advocacy organizations. I mean, there is a physical reality. So if you would travel your expertise on how we are doing communication online, I mean, how could you, the off-keyboard, the off-screen political communication, how could that be? What are your learnings that you could bring from the digital knowledge that you have if you bring that into the physical world? Because there is a campaigning in the physical world too, and we're living in the physical world. We're meeting in the streets. So give us advice on how to transfer your knowledge, how we behave in the digital world into the physical world.
Yes. How do we bring it IRL?
It's a real challenge because, I mean, and I've been involved in the university actually on a program called Disagreeing Well. And I think this is going to be the challenge. And we've seen that. So the counterbalance to building trust, again, an election is a people process, an election is a politician, is exactly that. How do we get the people in to have those conversations, to answer the questions in real life that dispels the disinformation process? And I think that's what Charlie Kirk and Turning Point tried to do. If you wanted an example, whether you agreed with his politics or didn't agree with his politics, got him killed. So I think there's a two-part process to this. Is the lack of, if you want, self-sanction because of the way people engage online on these discussions spills into the real world. And then when we're trying to have those, if you want, civil discourse around elections, it's becoming an increasingly dangerous process. So I think we need to both think about how we shift these concepts of beginning to disagree well online, which is really difficult, going back to your freedom of expression, point a whole nother discussion, and creating those who are the people that are trusted voices that you can give the electorate space to. But we've got an increasing problem of how do we keep them safe?
Yeah. Go for it. And then we have 3 questions we're going to go through real quick.
Yeah, as I already mentioned, I mean, we are in a much better position to change somebody's viewpoints if you engage with them personally and not online. Online world and internet is great in strengthening your confirmation biases, but it's not so great in changing your mind. So it's always great. And a great example quite recently is Peter Magyar's campaign in Hungary. I mean, that was completely like going village to village and engaging with people, especially in the regions where Fidesz was really strong. So yeah, and from my smaller perspective, we have a great experience with taking a living journalist to a group of older people or students. So they just meet in person, and even if they don't agree with the newspaper or their like values or something, they always are much nicer to the people, and they actually are able to understand how they work.
Much harder to be mean face to face. Yeah.
I'm Ferenc Homer from Budapest, academic and an activist. And so it's just a comment and a warning. The comment is related to what you are saying. The regime in Hungary and this year and even last year really tried everything with AI, with fake news, with everything. And the more they were pushing the things, the more percentage went to Peter Magyar, meaning that there was something beyond fake news. There was something beyond AI. It's really crazy, crazy AI videos, etc. And they spectacularly didn't work. So and I'm just offering something as an understanding how to take a look at and what would be the larger picture. That's the comment. The warning, it's about polarization. Very often when we are talking about polarization, we are referring to situations when the two polarized extremes, and one of the extremes defining the rules for the whole game. And in that moment, we are playing the game of the ruler. So I'm always saying that when you are in the court, you wouldn't call the judge as something like a mediator between two extremes, the perpetrator and the victim, yeah? So in a situation like this, please consider when and where to use the word polarization. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas White, I'm on the board of EDIN, and in my real life, I'm a professional political consultant, formerly an election candidate myself in Northern Ireland. I should feel grateful to the 95% of voters in North Belfast who voted for somebody else and liberation for my later career. I too have a comment and I have a question. My comment, I just want to pick up on what Petar said at the very end there. I think that we can and we should devote an awful lot of time to thinking about the online discourse, but in the end, it is the face-to-face content that is really going to shift voters much more than anything that they see on a computer screen or on their phone. And I think with the growth of the internet, some activists have slightly lost sight of this and are trying to find shortcuts, and it works to a certain extent, but it only works to a certain extent. And I think politicians need to bear that in mind, and people like us can only advise them to get out there and bang the doors. My question is this: who do you think is really behind all of this? Is this a case of malign foreign actors, and let's name names, Russia and China, using state resources to fund people who are trying to undermine our process? Is it a case of mercenaries, people who have developed these skills as a professional specialization and are hiring themselves out to the higher bidder, with whose motivations they seem to be more or less aligned? Or are people developing the skills of producing AI generated misinformation spontaneously and then pushing it out in their own local circumstances? Or is it a mixture of all three? I'd be very interested to know what you think is really going on.
Extremely short answer, a mixture of all three.
True. I will also respond about in-person contact to people. Of course, today we are talking about AI, and that's why we have focused on that. But for me, it never changes in-person communication. I definitely think that it's crucial to be close to people, and when there is a political campaign, people should be going to people, what Madia said. But also, without that, we all know that this digital space distance politicians from people, and they should go back. And there are these discussions about immersive politics when people are engaged in campaign as well. So I definitely support that part, of course. And about the question, is it malign actor or I would also join your answer that it's both. Of course, it was created by malign actors years ago, but now anybody can do that. And in my country's case, it's foreign interference, it's domestic, also amplified narratives, and it's also individual. So it's a mixture of all, I would say.
I would, yeah, from a geopolitical standpoint, I mean, Sun Tzu, it's age old, like sow chaos in your, or sow confusion in your enemy as is a big part of your strategy. And I think, yes, Russia, China, adding in Iran. I think as far as I think there's a little bit to be said on the individual level. Yes, you get, and where that verges into criminality is what is the payment model for it. I think there's very few individuals. There may be some that are creating it for ideological basis, but that's a lot of effort. If there's usually, I think there's always going to be a money chain in there somewhere, and we've not touched on that, but I think there's part of breaking that that creates some of those in the same way as we do with cybercrime and the distinction between organized group, ideological groups, but where is the money chain in that?
Very good. So we'll have plenty of time for more discussions and things in real life, face to face, over coffee. So I'm going to have to put a pause on it now for 20 minutes where we can take a break, stretch some legs. If you can, try and meet my challenge of meeting somebody new to make some stronger social fabric over a coffee or what have you. And then we'll be back in 20 minutes with the second panel. So round of applause for everybody. Thank you. All right, everybody. Just to keep us on time here so that we all get to where we need to be, in particular lunch, so that we can all actually eat on time. We're going to start the second panel here in a second. The second panel is on campaigning in the age of AI, lessons on how political competition is changing from Europe's recent elections. We have a number of very good guests again up here with me for this panel, so I'm quite excited to welcome them all up to the stage with me. The first one is Alexander Milakovic, lawyer, Serbian Democratic Party, and EDYN Serbia country lead. We also have Anthony Damate, Dr. Anthony, who's joining us from the Democracy Program at the Carter Center. Next, we have Rosto Kuzel, Executive Director at Memo 98. Good to see you, Rosto. And last but certainly not least, we have Sarabi Sarvastana, Director of Media Innovation, RNW Media. Welcome. So thank you everybody for joining us, and very happy to have my esteemed guests here on the panel with me. We have a lot of different things that we can talk about, many of which really think make a logical sequel to the first panel that we had. So I think we're going to have a lot of not necessarily overlap, but hopefully sort of moving the discussion forward so that we can bring back even more tangible solutions to the different communities that we all operate in these times. So just to jump right into it, I'd love to kind of pick up on the theme of the last panel, and one that I think this group has a lot of insight to, on issues of things like trust and critical thinking. How has AI and disinformation eroded that public trust, particularly in democratic institutions? And what does it look like across the different national contexts? So how do you guys see it in your home countries, and how does it even compare to one another? I'd love to start off there. So as you answered, if you guys could just give a quick introduction and jump right into that issue of trust and critical thinking.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm a lawyer and a politician, so I know a few things about the political campaigns, and also the use of AI in this context is still in very beginnings, especially in Serbia. And to be honest, for the past like 6 months, I'm constantly flip-flopping between okay, we are all doomed. This is nobody is going to trust anybody about anything anymore. And oh, this is obvious AI slop. Nobody is going to believe this. And then again, we are doomed. So yeah, we are seeing a lot of for the past, like, we had one elections in Serbia in the past like few months, local elections, but it was very important, and we didn't saw a lot of AI. What we saw is basically what we can describe the best as AI slop. But recently, after like in just like 2 months, we saw more and more of AI generated content that you cannot say for sure, is this AI generated or is it real? And I think this is going to be a very big problem, especially in the future, when you can see a politician, for example, using cocaine. As I saw just like a few days ago, it was not a politician, it was an activist. And you see video. It's completely authentic video. It looks genuine. It looks genuine. There is no AI artifacts, stuff, appearing and disappearing. This guy is moving completely naturally, but then you see like just how it looks. Like the camera starts shooting, the guy enters the frame, he sits in a like sofa that is perfectly centered. He consumed something, presumably illegal substance, and then he walks out of the frame, and that's like the whole video. It's probably AI generated, but I can say that because like I have experience with it. A lot of people, especially people who are older, people who live in the rural areas, if TV is going to pick up on this and show to the people are going to believe it. And then at some point, people are going to say, well, there are some things that are generated, there are some things that are not. How can I know? And this is where we come to the problem. Nobody is going to believe anybody about anything, which is a thing that is bad for democracy, obviously. But I mean, it's bad however you look at it. But it also provides an opportunity. Like, what if this video that I just described, what if it is actually genuine? Well, this guy can say, oh, it's obviously AI. I mean, look how it is set up. It is obviously AI. So it gives opportunities that are usually bad. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, for the start, I'm just gonna say it introduced a lot of how we say dangers and a lot of bad things to democracy.
Yeah, thank you. And it's great to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Coming from America, this idea of trust and critical thinking is kind of on the forefront of American society, and I think it's everywhere. Maybe society broadly, I think we could all use a booster of sympathy and critical thinking. I think that's really important. When we look at the false information narratives, the information space, this kind of, Peter mentioned this in the last panel, but I really do believe this. I think helping individuals better navigate the information environment, that's the game, right? If you can help them better navigate good information from bad information, help them formulate their own opinions, this all goes back to critical thinking. That's really important. I think trying to push that responsibility off to social media platforms and self-regulation, or asking the government to fix this problem through regulation itself, I think those are simple solutions that might not lead to the outcomes that we want. I remember in 2024 being at a conference right after the US elections. It was right after the Georgian elections as well. And this was in Europe. A lot of election officials, not officials, but election experts. And there was this argument in the group, and I was surprised by this, but there was an argument in the group that what we needed to fight disinformation was not critical thinking, it wasn't self-regulation, it was government regulation. It was new laws to try to curb disinformation. And I was thinking to myself, I'm trained as a political scientist, and we've seen this. Laws are not enforced in the same way in every context, right? None of this is not lost on us, but the idea that relying on government to tell us what is good information, what's bad information, what's disinformation, what's not, I think could lead to some undesirable outcomes. So I think relying too much on government regulation, asking platforms to self-regulate on this is also tricky. So this idea that critical information, helping people better navigate the information environment, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, how do you maintain an online platform? These are all things that need to be basic skills in society moving forward. I think that the question is not how do we get these practices and information into society? That stuff exists. It's easy to do a Google search and find out what is media literacy, or how do I protect myself on online in the online space. That information's already there. We don't need to innovate on that. Maybe we need to update incrementally, but we don't need some sort of new approach to these types of things. There are some really good practices that exist. The trick is getting people to take that content and take that when they need it before they actually are harmed by it, right? And then how do we encourage people to do that in an effective way? I think that's where the innovation needs to come in. And how do we actually have that widespread, those lessons actually go through society in a widespread manner and in an effective manner?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thanks for the invitation. I'm actually a researcher, but also a practitioner. I probably observed over 40 elections worldwide. And then in 2022, I decided to become an activist again in my own country, Slovakia, where I started in '98. And obviously, I have not so much hair as I had before, but I was very honored to be invited for this event where mainly young people basically are behind EDIN. And so thanks a lot for that. I think we really had a very good keynote speech. The only thing I wanted to sort of add to Tomasz's excellent description of where we are is that, he very rightly pointed out that there were already some problems with our democracies. And then these were only accelerated by AI and social media. And I think, and I fully agree with that, the one thing I would add is that we will not resolve these old problems with technological solutions. So I think this is one thing which is clear. In our case, and you asked about more specifically, I mean, what we have done, for example, in this area, and it relates very much to trust. And obviously, when we try to deal with disinformation, I think the essential question is, what is the main aim of disinformation? Why are these actors trying to sort of utilize some of these problems that existed there for some time? And my answer is basically they want to turn our societies into very passive societies. They don't want to have normal, regular elections because they mostly are autocrats and they just don't need these type of elections, to somehow stay in power. So therefore, they try to basically kill activism. So automatically, the best response is encourage activism, and this is what we are learning. And not only in countries like Slovakia, where we have had problems, with democracy even before, but we see it now that it's a global problem, and one of those responses is really to support civic activism. So, and then obviously, I also very much agree with that the whole of society approach. I mean, that this must be somehow activity, not only of institutions, but civil society, media, academia, so it needs to really be work done together, such as, for example, we saw in Moldova during the most recent elections, where I think they were able to overcome the huge disinformation campaign, coming from Russia. Or, I mean, it was already mentioned here, the example of Hungary, and the very sort of, I think one big lesson we learned from Hungary is that this disinformation has its limitations, and that at the end, people will most likely not believe what is an empty, what is clearly an empty battle, with promises. But eventually, and then again, it was basically the high turnout. I mean, 80%, so people, despite all these videos, AI-driven, AI-generated videos, they decided to come. They decided that their vote actually matters. And I think this is one area where we need to put much more emphasis on. And therefore, again, I think it's really about young people understanding how much their activism matters in that sense.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel with the fellow gentlemen. Just maybe a brief introduction about myself. I'm Surabi. I work with the Dutch Media Development Organization. We are based in Amsterdam. And we work on bolstering public interest media and independent journalism as a pillar for democracy, to enable freedom of expression, speaking truth to power, as well as social cohesion. I think going back to the question that you asked about, well, I'm also from India originally, so I'm always thinking in transnational context and always comparing also what's happening in the world's biggest democracy in India, where we are already facing a lot of challenges and backsliding in democracy in India. So going back to the question you raised about trust and critical thinking, I was looking at some numbers recently, and I wanted to maybe share with all of you across 3 different contexts, and especially how AI is being used in these contexts. So in the Netherlands, There was a recent study from University of Amsterdam where they asked Dutch voters how likely they are to use AI chatbot to determine voting choices. And 1 in 10 Dutch people said that they would be willing to do so. They would outsource their choice to an AI chatbot. Back in India, where we just had some of the state elections, we found, particularly in states in South India, which have more equitable access to AI chatbots, people were using chatbots to learn about what the political party manifestos are making claims about. And I think in the previous panel, I heard that people are not going to the original sources anymore. So they were not really going back to the manifestos itself, but they were just relying on what the AI chatbots or generated AI summaries were saying about these political manifestos. So you don't know if some of this information was made up or maybe partly it was wrong, inaccurate. And then another study from the London School of Economics in the UK found they were interested in knowing what are people actually looking at these AI chatbots or generated AI summaries for. In the UK, you find it's not a lot of people really looking to outsource their political choice in terms of who they want to vote for. But very interestingly, they want to know which are the political parties that are in the running. They want to know about a particular political candidate. They want to deep dive into political policies issues. So they're really looking at this broader information and also learning about the electoral processes, right? So what does it entail? How do I actually go to my voting booth? How do I, get my voting ID, et cetera? Not necessarily about the voting choice, but it was interesting to see these different data points across very different contexts. And I think what has been also shared in the previous panel earlier in the morning, I think it's not necessarily a crisis of trust, but I think it's crisis of who do we trust? And I think that as humans, we are willing to outsource trust to AI very easily and very willingly. And I think that's a very interesting, maybe academic and philosophical question to interrogate and examine why that is the case. Why are we so willing and open to rely on a technology that did not exist as AI chatbots 3 years ago or 4 years ago, that we are relying to make political choices or at least understanding about electoral processes from these AI-generated summaries. Having said that, though, and this is my last point on this question, I do want to say that there is these two extremes about AI. There's the doomer, and then people who think that AI will change everything. I think most of us are somewhere along that spectrum. But I do think, and I've seen that if you're actually following the war in Iran, people have used AI as a tool to generate these Lego videos. Maybe you have seen these. It's all AI generated content. And it's creating a lot of joy and pleasure. And I think we miss that part, that people are also using AI technology as a way to just find humor and levity in a time where it's so uncertain and it's depressing. So I think I wanted to just maybe put that point on the table, that it's also bringing joy and pleasure to people, despite all the dangers that it poses to society overall.
Yeah, and I think you raise an interesting point, and bring up an interesting sort of background there as well, because I think Europe and India both share in common that they are a very rich cultural tapestry with a lot of languages. And so if there is, for example, a language accessibility issue, but AI can speak 200 languages, it can be a tool, but it's very much dependent on how it's used. And sort of on that point, I'd like to take a moment as well. There's many of us in the room here, but there's also a lot of people who are joining us online from all over the world. And so there's probably as much or more people watching online right now as are watching amongst our friends in the room here too. And it kind of goes to show that it's such a massive perspective with a lot of different people and stakeholders that are quite interested in this. And so on that note, I want to switch the question a little bit from the issue of trust and critical thinking to actionable solutions. So what are the solutions that you've either seen work in your own context, in another context, or one that you would like to see work as we move forward? So Alexander, start with you.
Yeah, thank you. I have to comment on one idea that we just heard, and that's like AI voting instead of you. So I'm just going to briefly comment on that. Like representative democracy is a necessary evil. Like it would be the best if we all could vote for everything. Like that would be the best. That is true democracy, but it is not practical. Obviously, we are not informed about all the things. We don't have time to do so, and like it's not practical. Like how would you do that? Like okay, in the age of AI, in the age of digital, better say, you could do it, but like in the previous, just go like 20 years back, like it would not be practical. So what if we could now, in the age of AI, if we could train an AI avatar that knows all of our political views, that knows us, our ideas, our visions about the future and everything, well, then it becomes more practical. It becomes more doable from the from the practical standpoint. And to be honest, like if somebody would come to me and ask me, "Hey, do you want this chat bot or avatar of yourself to vote instead of you?" I'm not sure what I would say. Of course, like I wouldn't trust it like blindly. Nope. But let's put the test. We have this law, and maybe I'm informed about this law, and I would vote in a certain way. Let's see how AI would do it, and if it would vote at the same way as I would, once, twice, 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, then yeah, I mean you build trust, but then you open the whole new question, and that's yeah, then you're depending on interpretation of AI about the things you don't know, and are you really want that, or do you want what AI interprets for you? And you can look at one law and say, well, this is good, there are good things about it, and you can look at the same law and say, well, it's gonna bring these bad things also. So yeah, it's a very interesting topic, but for me, it's very interesting because it makes the idea of direct democracy possible, at least in some way. Now, the practical solution where we can apply AI for the good, I think we have one very good example from Serbia. As you might know, we have a lot of problem in the elections for the past 14 years. And one of the problems that came up like recently is voter registries. We found out that there's a lot of people who are in those registries, twice, maybe 3 times, 4 times. They're like people who would go to one place and vote, and then go to other city and vote there, and then go to the other city and vote there. Of course, this is not possible without the government and the Ministry of Interior who's controlling all of that. And how did we find out that? Well, first of all, I'm not really sure, because voter registry is it's closed. Like it's not a public document. You cannot access it like just anybody. But one NGO, they got the names, only names from the registry. And then they could use AI and algorithmic, to find the similarities, to find patterns, and they could determine that tens of thousands of people are falsely in those registries. So this is like one solution. Of course, there are many different types of AI, as previous panel discussed. And yeah, so this is just like one of the ideas. Also, fact checking, things like that. I'm not sure if AI is at that point yet. And then we go back again to the question of trust. Do we believe it or not? But yeah.
Yeah, actionable solutions. So critical thinking at the individual level, really smart. That's going to take a lot of time and resources because it is very much a one-on-one conversation of a teaching. There's other approaches that might innovate on that. But helping build critical thinking is important. But I think one thing that we all need to keep in mind is that we're all flawed thinkers, right? One example of our flawed thinking is this idea of motivated reasoning. It comes from psychology. right? For those of you who might not be familiar with that, we all experience it. For those of us who are sports fans, when our team loses a match, it's not because our team was outcoached or just outmatched on the field. It's because the refs cheated, right? The other team cheated. There was some sort of exogenous threat to the validity of the game that caused my team, the right team, to lose unfairly compared to the other team. That type of motivated reasoning happens at every election. It's called the sore loser theory or the winner effect. When our candidate of choice loses, we think those of us who supported that candidate, we always have a slightly lower sense of electoral integrity versus when our candidate wins. And that's just flawed thinking. That's motivated reasoning. That's just how our brains are wired, right? These types of biases that exist. I think another type of flawed thinking that we have is generalizing from one instance to another. So in 2024, we partnered with academics in the US and we did an experiment in the United States on election security and cyber attacks. And we gave a random sample of voters in the US a video that looked like a news report, like a legitimate news report on an attack on the electricity grid, right? Those who were exposed to that electricity grid video, which looked like an ABC News clip, also generalized to feelings that, oh, this means our election infrastructure is also at risk. That generalization from there was an attack on our electricity grid to that our elections might be at risk always happens within people. So I think this idea that just because there's not an attack directly on our election systems or some sort of other part of our electoral process doesn't mean we can just rest easy, right? When there's attacks on our banking systems, when there's when our personal information gets is part of an attack and we lose our personal information to hackers or something like that, or if there is some sort of attack on something like the energy grid, we need to be vigilant in elections to also get ahead of that. And we need to communicate on these types of things. And it's much, much easier, again, psychologically, it's much easier to get ahead of a counter argument, pre-bunking inoculation theory, than it is to try to fight against a narrative that already exists out there. So debunking is harder and it's less effective than pre-bunking or inoculation theory. And again, as part of this experiment, one of the things that we did in 2024, just a couple weeks before the US election, so one of the busiest parts of the electoral cycle, we showed a random sample of Americans, a short little 90-second video on risk limiting audits. And this is a practice in the United States for those jurisdictions that use election technology. It's basically showing people a video that says a risk limiting audit is simply a verified hand count of the election results to increase trust and credibility in the election. Those people who saw that short 90-second video 3 or 4 weeks before the 2024 election actually had higher faith in the electoral outcome than people who did not see the video. And that's an experimental approach. And we have a great article on this with that academic, but it showed that there's things that we can do proactively to fight against these types of flawed thinkings that we all suffer from. So this is just one of the things that I think we can keep in mind is that we don't have to be stuck in this mode of reaction. We can be proactive, and we can help people, through these processes and help them understand just general little things. I think it's about little victories are things that we can do to have actionable solutions, and certainly helping individuals. That's great, but I think we can also be more proactive on that as well.
And I would just pick up where you finished. I think we need to be more proactive. I think we have spent so much time, and probably rightly so, on trying to diagnose the problem. And by now, it's more or less, we are clear on issues like why this is done, what is the main aim. And we are still lagging behind with these actionable solutions. Obviously, there are challenges. It takes months and years to build the trust. It takes 1 second to lose the trust. So therefore, it's easy to talk that we need this trust building and media literacy, everything. But I think I would divide it into maybe longer term, medium term, and shorter term solutions. On the longer term, I think it's clear that countries that are strong on social cohesion, where they are affected by the current polarization, but at the end they are able to agree on something, and this is important because there are countries where these common grounds are very difficult to find, and so, for example, look at Finland, which neighbors with Russia, and the impact of disinformation in their country, or the Netherlands, where the trust between people is really one of the best in the EU, in comparison with Slovakia, where we simply don't trust each other, and of course, therefore, we don't trust the institutions. And if we need to be able to trust the institutions, we need to have a good basis for this. And again, but again, this would be for long theoretical discussion. And you ask for actionable solutions. I would again bring the robust civil society. I think we see it, where people are mobilized, for example, to observe the elections. That again, Hungary is an example of this. Where high turnout basically really demonstrated that this was their response to the type of campaign that the ruling party did. Another, it's interesting, you mentioned US elections. And I remember, and this was, in the run-up to the elections that Trump lost, where he, 1 year before those elections, 2020, he started undermining the integrity, especially focusing on postal vote, something that has been used in the US for 20 plus years. Ironically, he voted at least twice via post, so it actually shows the sort of hypocrisy of all these disinformation narratives. I think what could be done is really, again, a clear diagnosis of what these actors are using can help you to do some more actionable solutions in strategic communication, in inoculation, in pre-banking, in explaining, that postal vote, 30% of Americans used it in the last elections, and the type of evidence, that they try to present of fraud, it was laughable. Yeah. So I think strengthening the integrity of the process and having people participate, see it with your own eyes approach, those election commissioners who were sitting there and doing their job, for hours and hours, and then someone comes and tells them, you actually cheated, you lied or something. I think we should go back to the basics, of how we built the democracy initially.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll add to everything that's been mentioned already on the panel. So in our work, we approach democracy from the lens of media, whether it's traditional or digital media. And I think that in the realm of media literacy, what we do need to also be better at doing is explaining to people what journalism actually entails, right? Mm-hmm. What are the basics of good fundamental journalism? I don't think a lot of people are aware what it means to practice good journalism. And I don't think we should make that assumption either. So part of media literacy should actually entail, not just with young people, we see in many countries, it's actually the older populations that are more prone to falling to fake news or disinformation. And I think it comes back to, because apart from politicians, I think the other realm which has seen the biggest decline in trust is media. And it really does indicate that how little people have awareness or access to knowledge about what doing good journalism means. So I think that is one aspect. I think part of media literacy should also look at, and again, this has been mentioned in the morning panel, is emotional literacy and really building relational empathy. I do agree in the keynote speech, I think it was mentioned that technology is not what has caused a lot of problems, but I think what it has done is it has exacerbated a lot of that, right? potentially, and especially because of how easy it is now to be siloed in our own echo chambers and only interact with news and content that agrees with us. And I think it's important that we start engaging as part of media literacy, also looking at this emotional and relational empathy towards other people who don't think like us, who do not engage on the similar topics that we engage on. And can we still find some common ground that we can, work our way towards each other? And the third element of media literacy, I think, and we have said all morning about AI literacy, but I think here I would put out not just about understanding the technical aspects of AI and the scientific knowledge around it, and also the skills you need to be competitive in the job market. But I think something that I haven't heard yet in this space is really examining what's happening in terms of the collusion of extreme wealth and power, which is what UK journalist Carol Cadwallader calls broligarchy, right? We know that these AI companies, these big tech companies, have immense wealth. Some of the most wealthier people ever in human civilization to exist. And they're also backing authoritarians. So there's this deep collusion of wealth and power. And I think we need to start talking about this more explicitly and openly with particularly younger people. We have to put it out there that this is what's also impacting how trust in public institutions and democracy is mediated and declines. So I think we really do need to start talking more about what this extreme disproportionate wealth and power does to a democracy. I think the last point here I would make is, well, there's a very interesting study out from Sweden, I think, where they piloted a media organization that was explicitly explaining to people, even in photojournalism, for instance, why a certain photo was picked to report on a story versus the other. And they saw that when they compared this to another media organization that wasn't doing this, they clearly saw that there was more trust when journalists were doing this with their audiences, explaining even these small, tiny details that we take for granted. Why did the New York Times choose a particular photo over the other? Why did the Guardian pick something else? If you're able to explain that to our audiences, I think they're more willing to trust what the media has to say. The other aspect of trust is, and I think, again, the Reuters Institute of Journalism from the Digital Media Report from last year has shown knowing where the funding comes from for media and media ownership are big indicators of how audiences trust media organizations. So those are two already things that we can be transparent about to our audiences. And I think last bit, which I have been trying to practice more myself, is, and there's a great example from Africa. I don't know how many of you know of the media publication, The Continent. It has a very measured approach to doing journalism, which it calls slow and intentional journalism. They do not run after breaking news. They do not run after algorithms that are trying to hijack our attention. They are very particular about which stories they pick, and they're very particular about how often they report on stories, and they do brilliant deep dives. And their editorial team is very particular about taking days off and really just switching off from technology and really focusing on reporting and storytelling. So I think there are some good examples. I'm putting these out here also because I think there's a lot that we can learn from also what's happening in global majority countries at the moment, and what Europe and the United States can learn from also experiments that are happening in those parts of the world.
It's very, very interesting perspective to bring up there, I think, and calls into question a lot of those issues of trust too, that seems to really be a recurring and running theme through both of the panels so far this morning. I'm gonna jump to another question. With the title of the panel being on sort of this idea of competition in electoral spaces, how could we look at electoral integrity as a security risk? There's, of course, internal threats. We talk about politicians spreading misinformation, people consuming it and spreading the misinformation. Then there's also foreign actors that are actively being discussed even today as trying to influence this and undermine the trust in democracies. So in this way, we've kind of reframed disinformation, not just really as some sort of bad content or untrue content, but how can we look at this as a coordinated security threat to democratic processes? In a lot of the work that I do in the background, I'm often discussing issues of conflict with people and telling them, to that extent, Europe is already at war. Everyone talks about, oh, well, if war comes to Europe, if war comes to Europe, if war comes to Europe. In terms of information, Europe has been at war for years. So what does that do, though, to our electoral processes and trust in the electoral systems? And how do these dynamics work, in the different contexts that you guys all have expertise in and as you're seeing it?
Yeah, well, I think we heard it in a keynote speech that you don't really need AI for that kind of things. And I can give you an example. We are talking about disinformation, misinformation, but at some point, if you, as the ruling party, control enough media, then you are creating your own narrative that does not have to be real. There are people in Serbia believing that Serbia is the #1 country in Europe, the strongest, the fastest growing economy, militarily the strongest on the Balkan, and so on and so on. And you talk with people who support, for example, Serbian Progressive Party, and ask them how can you do that? The corruption and all the people who were killed due to negligence or due to intent. They don't know about those things. Like, they do not blame the ruling party. They live in a different world than the reality is. So you don't really need AI for that. If we talk about especially foreign influence, now AI makes it, I think you mentioned it, makes it very, very easy to do so. Now, AI, obviously, as we know, is not, I'm talking about the LLMs, is not perfect. Like, if you ask AI to write you a lawsuit, better do not trust it. I have clients coming to me and saying like, oh, I want to sue. And I ask them like, for what? Oh, I don't know, but ChatGPT told me I can sue. Yeah, but for what? What are you asking for? Well, I don't know. ChatGPT told me I can. Well, yeah, you do not have basis for the lawsuit. But for things like translation, it's a really great thing. I use it like if I need to write something in English, especially legal documents. It is far easier, far faster for me to write it in Serbian because I write in Serbian all the time. So I can write it in Serbian and just say, ChatGPT, translate it in English. It's a legal document. Use the legal phrases. It needs to be used in USA. It needs to be used in Canada. Adapt to their legal system. And it can do it really fast. Like, I can also do it myself, but it would took me far more time. So in terms of elections, yeah, if you can just go to another country, you want to influence their elections, you don't speak the language, but ChatGPT knows the language. Now, it is not, I suppose that it is not the same in all languages. So for example, ChatGPT still struggles with Serbian. Sometimes the construction of a sentence will look unnatural, like it is obvious that it is not somebody who wrote it. Instead, it is something. So yeah, but it makes job much easier. And we heard it in the first panel. You can have like bots, 6,000 posts a day or whatever. Yeah, basically, yeah. We saw it in recent elections over the past year. Examples and accusations of foreign influence, especially coming from Russia. And I think that we will see it more and more in the coming years.
Alexander has a hard job because he has to answer first to all these hard questions.
Yeah.
Really good job. The rest of us can just kind of ponder this for a little bit. So I think just kind of as a definition, disinformation is the sharing of false information with the intent, as a lawyer, you could maybe talk about that later, but the intent to gain power, make money, or cause harm, right? That's disinformation. I think when we talk about disinformation, we need to think of it as separately from misinformation, which is just perhaps the accidental sharing of false information. So these things, I think sometimes get conflated, and I think in some conversations that's fine, and other things it's important to draw the distinction. I think disinformation's aim is not to make people believe the lie, but to make them believe that there is no truth, right? That's not my line. It's something that I've heard somebody say before, but I think that's important. Disinformation exists. People are doing it because it benefits them not to have them believe the lie that they're trying to propagate. Is to kind of sow this discontent and unsured attitude within the society that, oh, we can't believe anything that we see. And I think that's troublesome. That goes back to something called the liar's dividend. And I think this is a concern. Turning to security risk for electoral integrity, I think what this is telling us, and again, this goes back to motivated reasoning. We want to look for explanations to help us understand, like, why did my side lose, right? Why did my team lose? Why did the candidate that I support, why did they lose? We're grasping at straws, looking for those answers, because we don't want to look ourselves in the mirror and say, I picked the lesser candidate, right? We always want to pick the winner. So I think that leads us to this space where procedurally sound electoral processes can be disbelieved. Maybe not by the entire society, but you get enough of those people who are affected by the sore loser theory that they're going to be quick to latch on any argument that exists out there in society. They're going to be quick to believe that there was, mail-in voting fraud, or that there was something wrong with the election technology or something like that. We want to have that confirmation bias because that's just a nice place for us to live. And that leads to this idea that perception becomes reality, right? As we start to as we start looking for all these different narratives to confirm our pre-existing beliefs, this is what becomes our reality, right? Mail-in voting isn't good unless I do it, right? This is a problem, right? When electoral candidates and this happened in Peru just recently, they're laying groundwork, they're laying arguments before ballots are even marked, they're laying groundwork for the election won't work, right? There's some sort of fraud, there's some sort of irregularity that I'm going to use as a later argument to prove that that's why I lost. But this happened in 2024. We saw a lot of that narrative exists in 2024 leading up to the election in the US in 2024. And a lot of people who were speaking about that narrative, their side won. And then as soon as their side won, that argument, that narrative that the elections didn't work, that the electoral irregularities existed, they didn't talk at all about that because their side won. And I think we're always looking for that confirmation bias. So as this perception becomes reality, I think it becomes really important for credible voices to start sharing accurate information, not after the vote, not after ballots are counted, not after the results are shared, but proactively, right? If results are going to be delayed, there's scientific research that shows if results are going to be delayed, EMBs that talk about that ahead of time, those people that receive those messages have a higher faith in the electoral outcome than if the EMBs just sit on their hands and count ballots, right? So proactive communication is really important. Proactive communication from credible sources is even more important, right? If I go out there, I don't have a large following on social media or anything like that. If I go out there and share information about an election, no one's going to care, right? Even though I work at the Carter Center, I'm the data scientist in the democracy program, I'm not going to move the needle. Elected officials, electoral administrators, civil society leaders, people that we trust, those are the people who people want to hear from. This was also brought up, I think it was Dr. Garrison brought it up yesterday, like the gaming and everything. Influencers, right? Influencers have been a big part of the conversation for disinformation for a long time. They can also be allies. Right? They can be allies in sharing quality information to their audiences, right? The people who follow influencers are following influencers because they're a trusted source, right? So if we can get influencers sharing positive, accurate information before an election, even though that influencer might be somebody who talks about traffic or talks about consumer products or something like that, if they could sometimes talk about the electoral integrity, the integrity of the electoral process and other things that exist, they're reaching audiences that the EMB in a country is not reaching, right? That elected officials might not be reaching. I think that's the other thing that we in this group, we're all democracy nerds, right? We're all democracy advocates. We're following information, we're following the information space differently than citizens who are not democracy nerds, right? The single parent who might be working 2 jobs and taking their kids to and from sports matches or after school activities, they're not doing the research that we might be doing, right? So they're quick to believe these counter narratives or just that misinformation that's shared accidentally online. So I think we have to think about those types of people who, not because they're lazy, it's just because they're busy doing other things important to their lives that keep them from doing the homework that we're all doing. So I think figuring out ways to get them the accurate information they need from trusted sources is really important.
I think we probably spent too much time considering disinformation as a content issue. And I think, it's highest time to move out of that frame, because here I completely agree with Anthony that I don't want government to tell me what is true and what is lie. But I think we are beyond this. And we see that, even remember when we were discussing this panel and I saw in the description of the panel that we are supposed to talk about the trust towards political parties. But this is already much bigger, because when these actors are trying to undermine electoral integrity, it's not only that they are targeting political parties, they are targeting EMBs, they are targeting media, they are targeting civil society. And these targets are coordinated, and are utilizing, the technology to have it very cheap, and coordinated. And we heard, these 6,000 posts, whatever was mentioned in the first panel. So I think it is really highest time to frame it as a security issue, and actually, therefore, act accordingly. Protect those who are trying to protect the electoral integrity. I mean, Nino is a good example of this organization. ISFET has been doing election observation in Georgia for many, many years. And then suddenly came 2024 elections and you faced all these problems. And so I think it's highest time to really, for the states, to show the understanding that this is a national security threat that we are facing, in FIMI, unfortunately also very much DIMI, which is domestic, manipulation, which is more difficult for international actors such as EU to tackle because of challenges that I don't want to describe here. But this is, I think, again, a call to recognize that, we need, again, this whole of society approach, and we need the governments and the state institutions to actually provide proper defense or proper protection, rather, towards those who are really trying to defend the integrity. Because at the end of the day, we may end up in situation that, again, people will simply not care any longer, and they will simply not trust elections, and they will simply say, it doesn't really matter, my vote doesn't matter any longer, and I just give up on any willingness to come and participate in elections.
So I'm not sure if I have any solutions here to respond to, but while everyone was sharing, I just had this thought, and maybe just humor me for a second here. So I worked quite a bit in sexuality education, and what we are going through is also a clash of narratives, right? At the moment, in media, in politics, in tech, and in sexuality education, there's always, or there used to be at least, always this narrative of fear-inducing sexuality education, which is all about either you get pregnant or you get STIs or you die, you know, so it's all fear and it's all harm reduction. And I think some of us were really working on this idea of, can we talk about pleasure positive sexuality education? Because often people want to, especially because we were working with young people, young people want to talk about sex, not in a disgusting, dangerous way, but the joy and pleasure of it, right? And so I think a lot of us were working in this narrative space of, can we do more pleasure positive education that brings back joy and happiness in talking about sex and sexuality and embracing you know, your sexual well-being. And I was thinking here, because I think Anthony mentioned earlier, which was the point of this mentality of team sport we often have with democracy, right? Like it's your side or my side that's winning. Or this idea of a security threat. So there's this narrative of security and, you know, again, a threat, danger. And I've often wondered, what if we were talking about democracy differently, right? In our media, in our everyday conversations, where we are bringing back this joy and this idea of why this idea is still prevalent. And it's still probably the best of the other options we have on the table. What if we were to talk about it as and in India, we used to call it, on elections day, it would often be the festival of democracy. What if we were to actually practice that in our everyday lives, where, yes, we have other commitments, we are trying to make a living, we're trying to raise families, we have a job, but then we also have this idea of doing everyday democracy, not as a chore, but as something that we all collectively take pleasure in. And I think that's the narrative I don't often hear. I know there's been the switch to like looking at it again from a security lens and from, you know, national security perspective. And we're seeing this also in funding, you know, landscape, where we are talking about media. How do we get funding from the European Commission for independent media? Well, let's pitch it as something we need for national security, for defense. And I get it, like there's a legit point there, but I think it's also the point that it allows us to celebrate democracy as a collective. It allows us to know what our politicians are doing, what is our stake in our democratic establishment, et cetera. So I think I don't have a solution, but I'm just thinking through this idea of, why don't we challenge the narrative and maybe bring something new to the table, which allows people to feel more wonderful about democracy than dread it.
I really like that. And we can, yeah. We can open it up for some audience questions as well. I really like that idea. I think there's something to the idea of, you know, practice safe democracy, make democracy sexy, that I would really actually resonate. And I think she has the mics there. We have first question up here. No, not quite. Let me grab this. There we go.
Talking about technology, and I cannot use a mic, for God's sakes. Well, I'm Elisenda. You already heard me. Thank you so much for such an incredible panel. Surabhi, you made some points that we have been thinking a lot at the coalition, and actually one of the things that we have working on is this Voice and Value of Democracy campaign, where we're trying to bring more positive stories about democracy, and not just about elections, but kind of bringing the broader spectrum of democracy. So there are some efforts there, but I have to say that it is very hard, especially when you're talking about people that are struggling, as Anthony was saying, to put like food on the table or to work two jobs. They're not thinking about democracy, they're thinking about paying bills. But I wanted to ask actually Anthony, because you were talking about like the influence or people that we trust and who we want to be hearing from. But the thing is, like, we trust different people. So we hear different stories. So we're not necessarily hearing the truth. We're hearing the truth that we want to hear. And when it comes to influencers, I really would like for you to dig a little bit deeper, because one of the things that we are seeing now, especially with the war in Iran, is many podcasters that are more about entertainment, and this is something that I was talking to Justin about last week. Now they want to be political analysts, and they have platforms of 12, 13 million people that are listening to their podcast, and they are bringing people that not necessarily give correct information, and they are reaching out to so many people, and they don't have the nuance to interview them. So I wonder, like, can you dig a little bit deeper? Because I have the feeling that using influencers or podcasters for this is actually kind of dangerous, because they are not political analysts. They are not prepared to conduct this interviews or discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, so we've been looking into this for a little bit, and we've talked to influencers, we've talked to researchers who study influencers, and there is a there. And I think if we are going to recruit or work with influencers to share messages, it's also important for us to understand who those influencers are. And there's actually something I don't think it's a bug, I think it's a feature, that influencers have different audiences, right? They're a trusted source. They look at their audience. I mean, influencers, this is their livelihood. This is their job. So they're not going to share information or share a story that's maybe going to be too off-brand or something like that. But they are going to share it in a way that they're going to take whatever lesson we want to give them. I'll use media literacy and learning outcomes, right? Whatever learning outcomes from media literacy we ask them to share, they're going to package it in their vessel related to their brand on their channel, right? And that's going to get out, and maybe their audience is, in the US case, maybe it's rural white voters in America, right? They're gonna take that particular content that we're asking them to share, and they're gonna deliver it in a way that appeals to their audience because they know their audience so well. That same media literacy learning outcome that we want to share with a different influencer that might be targeted at retirees living in cities, that might be their channel. They can take that same learning outcome, right? The same media literacy learning outcome to different influencers will look completely different online, and they will reach different audiences. And I think that is a feature, not a bug. What's important for us to do is work with those influencers ahead of time to point them to the right messages, to point them to the right sources, to give them information about, oh, what is logic and accuracy testing before an election? Then what is a risk limiting audit after an election? Now you're going to package that up, and you're going to talk, and you're going to send it off to your particular audience, right? And I think we just want to make sure that we're partnering and recruiting the right influencers to help us in this fight. And I don't think every influencer is going to be a good ally in this. But I think there are going to be some who recognize that they do like democracy. They appreciate democracy. Their audiences are maybe a diverse crowd. And they're willing to kind of lend their voice to it and lend their credibility to it. And I think different influencers will have different ideas on what that content looks like. Is it going to be co-branded with the Carter Center? Maybe, but maybe that's not how their channel rolls, and maybe they want their own video with no branding on it. We've talked to different influencers who have different perspectives on this, depending on their take, and I think that's kind of great. And I think a lot of journalists, because of the situation journalists face, I think a lot of them are also turning to this kind of influencer model as well. So anything that we can do to maybe serve up information to these influencers would be great. And then at the same time, take those videos that they actually create and see if they can get traction in other audiences as well, right? So I think we've given a lot of thought to this. Could talk to you offline about it, or anybody else who might be interested. But I do think influencers are an untapped channel that the democracy promotion and democracy protection groups can be working with more intentionally.
Yeah, I just want to quickly comment on this. This is go all the way back to the critical thinking you mentioned at the beginning, and the media literacy that we're talking about. And I have to disagree here a bit, because I just don't think that we are, as a society, equipped for this. First of all, like the question of influencers. I mean, maybe they're going to do a good job. Maybe they won't. And if you go to the average voter, how this average voter is going to perceive this information. I mean, somebody mentioned Joe Rogan. I'm just asking question. No, he's not. I mean, he's giving some political views. So I think this is just my opinion. I think the method of regulation is more important than, of course, developing critical thinking and everything is very, very important, but it's not gonna work. First regulation, then developing critical thinking, all of that. So yeah.
I think we have time for just 2 more questions. Yeah, very quickly, and then
Just thank you very much. I mean, I just wanted to share practical experience with influencers and generally maybe to echo a little bit more the positive messaging, which I think is absolutely crucial. And in 2023, we did a big mobilization campaign targeting first and second time voters. And part of that was actually understanding where these people are. And obviously, social media is a clear answer, response to that. And so we needed to work with influencers. I agree that this is not a homogeneous group. So out of, I don't know, 70 that we initially put up on the list, we ended up working perhaps with 30. But I think I just wanted to echo that we shouldn't shy away from using technology for good purposes, as I think is your main message on this panel. And also, we shouldn't shy away because sometimes they're unguided missiles, I mean, these influencers. But I think you can come across few that will basically, as you rightly put it, would turn your content into digestible content exactly aimed at their audiences. And I think this is in that sense, win-win situation.
Very good.
Another massively fantastic panel. Thank you. So what's your view on election compasses? Because since many years now, many countries have the election compass helping you to make informed choice. And typical media houses who are serving the readers with the compasses, presumably to make more informed choices. But I, for one, think we are running the risk of making more stupid choices. So what's your view? What is the good thing with election compasses? What is the bad thing? And the final question, could a grassroots organization or civil society more broadly come up with alternative media election compasses, which are not as narrowing in the political choice as the mainstream media houses compasses are?
Can I? Because we have been running this election. I mean, it's called VAAs, voting advice applications, for which we were successfully investigated, by the way, by the Slovak police for 8 months until they couldn't find any wrongdoings. I take it as an effort to actually bring the whole focus of elections closer to issues rather than personalities and this was, I mean, we did run VAAs, but we attached and we use influencers for that, a huge campaign. Basically, also, I mean, you made a very nice allusion, to sexuality. What we did was more like Tinder. Don't believe someone at first sight. Don't believe this person looks very nice, but think twice. And this was the campaign that we did with VAAs, with voting advice applications, and at the end, you include obviously all parties. You include the platforms. People don't read the platforms, as it was already mentioned on the first panel. But this is an effort to really bring these platforms or bring these policies closer. And you can do it in a targeted way. We did a special VAA for young people, for first and second time voters, because you need to answer 25 questions or more. And then you don't expect that young people would actually answer more than 25 questions. You can do videos. So I think it's a nice way how you can try to bring big issues in a more digestible language to people. So I think I'm personally for it, but it needs to be done in a proper way. And then I think it's also a matter how you advertise it, in proper target audiences.
Very good.
Can I
jump in and
follow up?
one last question?
Oh,
We could, yeah.
No, I mean, just to add to that, I think what we have been trying to do, especially with journalists and also influencers, I do have to say, like, the false equivalence of what a New York Times journalist is doing in video content versus what an influencer might be doing or a podcaster might be doing is we need to be very wary of that, like equating the two. And I think what you were saying, Anthony, like, then it's also from the audience side, how it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is, do I know what basic journalism entails, right? So if a comment is being made that's not true, is the person pushing back or asking a question? And I think the audience then need to start questioning that as well when they're consuming this content. But I think what we're trying to do with journalists, but also influencers who are reporting on elections, is precisely what has been mentioned here, to go beyond this binary of one political party versus the other, and rather what you were saying, contextualizing elections in the broader context of things. And I think what's very easy with social media is we have lost all nuance in everything, or the gray area in everything. It's either this or that. And I think what we are trying to work with journalists on is, like, forget about what the numbers are saying or how voting is happening, really contextualize the issues and even personalities and political candidates. How are they? Where did they come from? What is the historical context of it? I think that's what we're trying to do. I wanted to make a quick comment to Alessandra's point, which is, I don't know if I agree with this binary of some of us think about democracy while others have to, like, do other life work, admin stuff, and live your life, etc. Because I think that goes to the point, which is often what I hear, is that democracy is an elitist concept, which is like there's some people who are sitting in a room and thinking about democracy while the rest of us are just trying to live our life. And I think that's where we need to reframe it, which is like filling potholes, which is what Mamdani did in New York City, is democracy, right? And if we can get more of those stories out and how everyday democracy impacts our everyday lives, I think that's what, and to break that binary is what I think we should be doing as part of our narrative work.
Just on the election compasses, I'm agnostic. I'd like to see actual research that shows how people might actually use that. I imagine a lot of it will be moderated by the source of it, how much they trust institutions, how much they trust news. Quick story that I encourage everyone to try. We're voting in Georgia today in the US. It's our primary day. My wife and I had talked about how we're each going to vote on things, and we went ahead and made our choices. And then I was curious to know, I wonder if Claude would help me make the same choices. So I went on Claude and I told them, like, I'm voting in Georgia. Help me find out the primary ballot. This is what I'm interested in. Help me select what I need to select. And Claude did a good job of finding the ballot issues, asking me questions in the multiple choice way that it does. I answered, and son of a gun, Claude got me to the same outcomes that my wife and I had already discussed, like, ahead of time. And that's really interesting to me. These different LLM surfaces are going to be used by people to help us figure out, should we sue? Who should we vote for? Should I go and see a doctor about this medical issue? Help me figure out my personal finances. Summarize a town hall meeting that I missed, right? The way that individuals are interacting with these different LLMs in society, not just about election day, but our civic institutions, democratic participation, how LLMs are going to reshape that in the same way that they're reshaping all of our society and the information we consume and the jobs that we do and how we do our jobs. This is really interesting. And it's some of the work that we're pursuing at the Carter Center at the subnational level to figure out how people are, how much do they trust LLMs, and how is it reshaping that engagement with civic institutions and political behavior.
All right, very good. It looks like we have time for just one more question. I'm not sure who has the mic, but whoever has the mic, it's yours.
Sorry.
Yeah. There'll be lunchtime and then other times as well. But
so sorry. My name is Martin. I'm from the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. I wanted to quickly give a little bit of a lesson learned from maybe from the government side on how we see this thing. And then I have a question maybe for Anthony. First of all, I think an very important thing, we cannot forget that trust is not being created out of vacuum. We try to do a lot of work with public institutions and trying to teach them that it's not enough to just, like, for example, courts, to publish your opinions and then just leave the table. There's brilliant work being done here in Prague from the Cili Institute that talks about the importance of courts to communicate, the importance of courts to work with media, to establish trusted relationship with the media, to understand what their side is, and so on and so forth. And I want to tell you, one of the quote that is in their guidelines is, if you're not on the table, you are on the menu. And I think it's this kind of from a public transparent institution point of view, we need to realize that if we don't trust the population, how are we expected to trust them in us? Another point I wanted to quickly do is we speak to a lot of academics and media, and there as well, I think understanding how trust is being built through the media is very important. You mentioned the slow media system. There's also solutions-based journalism, where Prague again is heading on the European front. And there we're trying to support, for example, to understand what kind of data information do the media need? How can we support they have the access to media? How can we facilitate the collaboration with academia on sharing their skills and expertise, making sure that the good information is being brought into the media and that this information is being circulated. So really thinking about how these information silos can be broken down, I think is really the way to do it. One question I have for Anthony, it keeps coming back. We keep coming back to critical thinking and young people. And I have to say, the young people are not the issue. The young people are the solutions. We've seen this everywhere. So the young people, we've heard it before, seem to have the critical thinking skills already. But is it the same case for the working population? So we see a lot of the narratives are actually driven to scare this part of the population. So the quality of life is diminishing. Healthcare costs are exploding. Who is to blame? The migrants. The family values are being attacked. Who is to blame? Gender and LGBTQI movements. And then we also see it, if you look at the demographics of the far right population, it's middle-aged, straight white men. So what is being done to teach or to talk about critical thinking with this population? Because then it makes sense that this part of the demographics sees Seth Rogen or a Trump, it sees, this is finally somebody like me that understands this issue. So all these critical thinking efforts that is being done in schools or in public institutions, like in old folks' houses, the working class is not there in these institutions. They're not in the schools. So what can we do to actually reach this part of the population, especially in the context of voter trust? So because the young people, a lot of them under 18 that are very active do not have the right to vote. So, what is being done to really reach this significant part of the population as well?
And Alexander? Yeah. I think there's maybe some reverse causality here, right? Why is it that a certain group of voters are not critical thinkers? Could it be the case that the lack of critical thinking leads people into this particular political demographic, right? So I think trying to disentangle that endogeneity is kind of like an interesting just kind of puzzle to think through. Why is it that maybe middle-class blue-collar workers might not be critical thinkers or something like that? I think if that's the case, we have to understand the structural limitations that brought them there, right? What failure along the way led them to not have that critical thinking capacity? It could be a failure of the educational system. It could be the lack of ability to interact in voluntary associations where you learn that art and science of association and disagreeing and listening to people. I think there's a lot of explanations that might explain this. How to serve up that missing information for them, I think we need to meet them where they're at, right? If it is a bunch of blue-collar workers in the US, well, blue-collar workers oftentimes are part of unions. And how can we work with unions to get out to then disseminate that information of like critical thinking skills or media literacy, right? It's taking these skills that we know society needs and finding the vehicle to tailor and translate it to those particular audiences, right? And if it ends up being a bunch of churchgoers, right, you partner with religious leaders, you partner with union leaders, you partner with other types of vocational schools to get that information out. I think it's finding out where people are, why they're missing that information, and then partnering with them to deliver the information in a way that makes sense, rather than sitting back in a kind of elitist or ivory tower sense and then saying like, we have a one-size-fits-all model and it should go out to the masses. I think we need to do a much better job of tailoring and culturally translating all of our curriculum that we're trying to create, all the lessons that we want to create, all the gaps we want to fill, and understand that we need to figure out the most effective way of culturally tailoring and translating it to the different audiences.
Yes, just on at the end. And then we're gonna have to-
I think just one quick point. I was just thinking, I think we also need to challenge this idea of critical thinking, because I don't think that it's not that working class is not thinking critically. For instance, back in India, poor people are making certain electoral choices based on their immediate realities, lived realities, right? And if they're choosing a political party over other, which might have authoritarian leanings or it's not good for broader democracy, I would challenge whether they're not critically thinking or they're just making a choice based on what impacts them to improve their everyday lives. So I think this idea of also critical thinking needs to be challenged a bit. And I think we didn't talk a lot about gender here, but there is, even among young people, we are seeing this diversion of political attitudes. There's an interesting data point where you see that young men are leaning more conservative versus young women who are leaning more liberal. And I think this goes back to also maybe we have to contextualize and tailor our media literacy approaches even from the gender lens. And there would be other intersectional elements that we might need to think about. But I think that's an interesting point, that even people owing to their gender identities are living in very different realities at the moment. And that needs to be factored in.
Very good.
Yeah, so if I was first, I can be the last. Yeah, so this is actually a very important question. Yeah, working class people are one voted group. There is another very important voted group: old people, pensioners. You know, people who live in a rural area. They like, you cannot reach them in a ways that we are talking about here. You know, to digital channels of communication and so on. And reaching critical thinking for them, it's basically impossible. So how can you do it? Well, if there is political will, then yeah, you can do it. But if there is no political will, if you have authoritarian government, you really can't. So that's why democratic governments, in my opinion, they need to set the regulations so that when the authoritarian government comes in power, they are limited in any way possible. They will find loopholes and everything, but make their life more harder. So yeah, I think that this is very important.
Very good. So with that, I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is the panel is now over. The good news is that it's lunchtime. So please join me with a round of applause for our panelists. They were great for us. Thank you very much, guys. So enjoy and try and make new connections. I hope everybody had a good lunchtime, was able to put some fuel back in them for the final half of the day that we'll have today. And I'm very excited as you guys all come in and take your seats again for the afternoon. We have a very, very special panel coming up that is going to be titled Democracy in Action, Youth Defending Electoral Integrity Across Europe. So this is going to feature a lot of very interesting people that I will let your new moderator introduce. So with that, it's a great pleasure of mine to introduce the Eden president and Ukrainian parliamentary advisor and friend of mine, Yulia Juba.
Thank you, Justin, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yulia Dzuba, and I'm the president of Eden. I was recently elected this year, and it's a big pleasure for me to speak to you today and to share a lot of insights together with my colleagues. And when we speak about democracy, electoral integrity, disinformation, elections, for some of you, it might sound very general and abstract, but for our generation and for our community of Eden, this is very practical things, and we know what does it mean to protect democracy, to fight for our rights, to fight for freedom, for human rights, for rule of law, and we are living in time of growing polarization, disinformation, and declining trust in institutions and democratic fatigue. In some countries, democratic backsliding is becoming normalized, and we know these countries. But in some, democracy is being defended under condition of war. And despite all of these challenges we are facing now in Europe, young people are not standing aside. They're taking very practical actions. And today we will be speaking about these practical actions from the experts and from my colleagues. So today's panel brings together practitioners and experts from the different national contexts, my colleagues from Albania, Croatia, Romania, and Czechia. And I'm very pleased to invite you here to speak together with me. So Andrea Mazeliu, lecturer of law and the University of New York Tirana in Eden, Albania member, please. Anja Kolimbatovic, lawyer, Eden Secretary General and Eden Croatia country lead. And of course, my colleague Patricia Alexandra Nai, political advisor, researcher on democratic backsliding. And of course, Eden Vice President. And Pavel Havlicek, research fellow at the Association of International Affairs and Eden Czechia member. Please, Pavel. Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's a really big honor and a pleasure to speak to all of you about your country context, about your daily work, and I know how much you've done already for electoral integrity and democracy in your countries, and I think it's time to share. So we have today four representatives from 4 different countries, and I think that our discussion will be especially interesting to compare your experience dealing with threats of democracy. So I would start with asking a very general question. I think that it would be nice to start speaking about the challenges and what electoral threats you and the young people in your country encountering on the ground of use in your countries, so we can later compare. Maybe someone can start. Yeah, that's great.
Maybe I can start because of also the name of the country, Albania. We are placed second after Afghanistan everywhere. So, maybe I will have the fate to start. Well, coming from a country which is protected by God, all the Western Balkan countries are protected by God, the European Union. It is difficult for us, it is economical for us to live with the desires of the Occident and the behavioral approach of the Orient. The young generation in Albania, it is facing a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to engaging into public life. We are lacking many opportunities. I mean, I'm not 20 anymore, but the young generation is lacking many opportunities. We are supported, or we are maintained somehow by the foreign subsidies. One of the most important forums for the Albanian young generation is Eden. It is a forum in Albania which has produced important political young activists or non-partisan social activists like myself. In Albania, there is one single problem. In the last year elections, 114,000 18 years old youngsters voted, and only 3 MPs are elected under 30 years old. All 3 MPs are members of the ruling party in power, 15 years now, or it will be 16 in 2 years to come. So it is difficult to approach a system which is an inner closed system, and of course to approach systems where it is penetrating in such systems, it is almost impossible without support of the foreign countries and institutions, EU, USA, and other international actors that comes in Albania, and I'm pretty sure in the Western Balkans.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, I think that's what a lot of Eastern European and also especially Balkans they're also sharing nowadays, even coming from the country where we are now, thinking what does it mean youth participation still, but I know how hard to make sure that young voices are there and present, especially on the national and international level. So thank you for sharing. Maybe colleagues Patricia could, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I'm coming from Romania, which in the last 2 years can be the best definition for how electoral integrity cannot be respected. So we have basically everything after the last annulled presidential elections in 2024, coming from bot farms to interference to using large-scale operations on TikTok in order to influence and manipulate the media. And I think that the worst outcome when it comes to only the youth part is that in the presidential elections that we had annulled, 31% of the votes were coming from 18 to 24 years old. So this is a huge number of votes coming from young people who are extremely present on TikTok. FYI, Romania has like the biggest number of TikTok users, over 9 million users. And a lot of people, especially young ones, are taking their first-hand information from this platform. And this specific presidential elections, the election that got annulled, is a very good example on how our institutions are not working, how young people are lacking extremely on critical thinking skills, and how bubbles and digital islands are created that we don't know of. I'm working as a political consultant, and I used to be very active in all the electoral campaigns that happened in Romania in 2024. And I remember the night of the elections in 2024 when everybody was talking about Călin Georgescu. That's the name of the TikTok star that won the first round of elections. And we didn't know of him. We heard of him. We knew that he was somewhere around 5% in the polls. But then after the voting ended, when we saw the results, everybody was astonished. And this just shows how I tend not to use the word polarized, but I think it's very good in this case, how polarized the society is and how young people are deemed so fragile into knowing how to counteract the different sorts of manipulation. And I am working with a lot of young groups in Romania, from students to activists to future political leaders, and then trying to
help them become better candidates in the future, I always go back and ask them the same question. How can we make sure that when we go out in front of the target groups that we are aiming, we use the correct terms, we give out the correct information, and we make sure not to lie, not to manipulate, and present the perfect image in that moment. And it's very hard. And I feel like it's a field where young people are not helped enough, and not necessarily by older people or by institutions, but by their peers. And sometimes it's lonely, but it's also good to know that there are places like this one where we can still find a bit of hope. And I'm just gonna end my first intervention here.
Yeah, thank you, Patricia, for sharing that. And I will tell you that when I visited Romania last autumn, immediately after I crossed the border and opened TikTok, I've seen a lot of content on in Russian as well for young people. Yes, I was really surprised how like this platform is big and influential in Romania, that I couldn't stand that content, because as a Ukrainian, I cannot tolerate this kind of content, but I understand the threats are there, and this is so big threat, especially TikTok, that our colleagues already discussed, and AI-generated content. So thank you for sharing. Anya, maybe.
Yeah. So first of all, hi everyone, and thank you for the organizers for joining forces to create such an amazing event with very inspiring speakers and so on. I myself, I'm coming from Croatia, a relatively young democracy, but we are still strongly pro-European. We are investing in our youth. We are trying to create as many opportunities as possible. But as the colleagues already said, we are facing threats mostly related to passiveness of young people. So I think that's a big issue in, let's say, former communist countries, because we still carry a heritage, or heritage is maybe not a good word, but we still carry some traces of the past system. And that's why I think many people are not engaged, because they didn't have a place to learn from to start being engaged and interested in politics. But luckily, there are many youth organizations and educational courses that teach people in Croatia how to approach elections, how they raise awareness about it. And I mean, there are some positive changes on the ground for sure, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Pavel.
Thanks so much, Dužďaku, Julia. Colleagues who are welcome to the city where I work, and my daughter was born to the city of Prague. I'm not sure from how many speakers from Czechia you heard today, but I have to say out loud that you, and also during the panel, that you use some forbidden words in this country nowadays, such as, for example, disinformation. This is now a word that doesn't exist in the official documents of the Czech government. Many others are on the list as well. So recently, and this was just last year, we had also parliamentary elections that produced an interesting result, and the government composition is actually now listing or blacklisting rather some words such as gender or climate change. We have figured out climate change. I hope you are not too warm today. So this is a context of this country. I just wanted to say that at the beginning, because I think this is very important for considering the context in which we are speaking about that issue. I also want to answer your question, Julia. I think there are three approaches that we can have a look at this. This is the issue of participation of young people. This is also the issue of representation of the young people, and you spoke about that as well. And the third one is the information consumption habits or media consumption habits, because this is so important for electoral democracies, right? And we are still very proud to be one until today, and I hope this will stay for long in this country as well. So to have a look at these three dimensions, I think there are some good and bad results. I'm very happy that we have now really strong young representation in the Czech Parliament. For the first time ever, we have a very substantial delegation of young people represented across the board, mostly the parties of the current opposition, I have to say. But still, there is a new generation of young politicians in their 20s that are now sitting in the Czech parliament, and they are representing the young voice. So first of all, some positive news. Some bad news also, and I spoke about the electoral result, and this was also delivered by the fact that young people did not participate in the election to the degree that, for example, their parents or grandparents did. So still the issue is indeed in participation, and Anya spoke about sort of educating people and introducing them to the electoral processes and really helping them to consider this to be an important, we always say, a festival of democracy, right? We have, as one of the few European countries, we have 2 days to vote. I think in Slovakia, you might still keep this, right? Or is it 1 day only now? It's changed, right? So we still have it. This is actually coming from the communist times, because usually it was the case that people could complain that they are just going for their cottages. So we have 2 days so that people could vote and then go to their cottages. That was the old habit from the communist times, when this was compulsory, so to say, to meet the requirements of the Communist Party to deliver. Nowadays it's not, and this time, the last time parliamentary elections was not so dreadful as in the past, when Czechia, together with Slovakia, proud, our brotherly, sisterly country, we used to be the lowest participating countries, for example, in the European Parliament elections, 12%, I think it was historically, 17 in our case, horrific results, absolutely. But last year was not the case, but definitely the participation of young people was much smaller. And finally, and this is actually what we work on in the Association for International Affairs, this is the information component of elections, and also we deal with the foreign interference. We probably will speak about that as well. Czech elections we were quite lucky, I would say, because our elections only took place 6 or 7 days after the parliamentary elections in Moldova, in which Russia really prioritized their meddling in. And Patricia can tell us more about what was happening in the Romanian-speaking environment at that point. But we were quite lucky, because Russia clearly prioritized other elections, not the Czech ones. But no matter that, we had at least two incidents, one on TikTok and a smaller one on advertising scheme on Meta and Instagram, also in terms of election meddling. So this is yet another challenge as well, and we cannot be immune to this. And of course, this affects the society as such, but particularly vulnerable are the young people that are primarily consuming information from the social media. And of course, when you have these schemes of manipulation, this is proving them somehow vulnerable. I don't want to say to a huge degree, but this definitely exists as well. So Czechia is not living on another planet than all the other countries represented here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pavel, for sharing. And let's use a bit of, you say it's forbidden words or non-existent words today, yes, in Prague. Yes, I want to discuss more about, you all mentioned threats, and some of them are like same, yes, basically we understand youth underrepresentation, lack of institutional support of youth, and of course, disinformation, misinformation, all these issues currently unfortunately existing in all countries in different level of existence. But I would like to ask you more about misinformation, disinformation, because you all mentioned that there is a platforms now growing. The more young people are influenced by all these platforms, and regarding this, maybe you can share what is your practical things, what you are currently as a practitioners doing in that field to counter such a patterns as a disinformation, misinformation, but also where is government is failing to cope with that, and where is that lack of institutional capacity is seen, maybe on your opinion, how you see it based on your experience, and what this government should do and didn't make happen. Maybe Pavel, yes. Oh, okay. Patricia was.
I can start, and
sure.
I can start with the government side. It also happens that I'm still working for the government up until we have a new one. But then, living jokes aside, I think it's the main trigger for disinformation and I'm going to take it from a conceptual notch a bit. It's the lack of communication, as simple as it is. So the moment that our governments are slowly going up to the ivory tower, and it's always happening, what is happening is that usually politicians are going in campaigning with this very populist discourse. What does it mean? It means that it's us against them, where them are the elites, right? So everyone that sits in the ivory tower is our enemy. And then it happens that sometimes they become the elites. And when that happens, they just stop communicating. And when you stop communicating after you normalize your followers into getting the information, and we don't talk necessarily about the quality of the information, but proper information, people start to go towards new channels of communication where they can draw information. And usually it's information that is against the government, no matter how good or bad it is. And this is where the first drop of disinformation comes, where there is distrust. And distrust, from my point of view, is fueled these days by the populist discourse that is coming from all places. So it doesn't matter anymore whether you are a ruling party or a government in place. There's always going to be an enemy. It can be Brussels, it can be Russian Federation, it can be Ukraine. In our case, we always have a line of Ukraine is bad. That is fueled by the nationalists. It can be your colleagues from the coalition, what is happening right now in Romania. Our coalition is broken. And then disinformation happens because people no longer have enough space, mental space, to check for the facts. So there is one thing to have the tools and to go through all the steps to check an information. And there is another thing to have enough mental space, because we are overflooded with information. And then it's extremely easy to sneak in a fake news. And then that fake news using social media just becomes bigger and bigger, like a snowball. And then you wake up one day and then you realize that people in the same country or people in the same house are living in two separate worlds and are believing two separate tracks of information, solely for the fact that they don't have the mental space to ask a very simple question: why? Or what is that? Or how did we get here? And that politicians especially, and not only, also university professors, any sort of elites, NGO leaders, they don't take the time to properly explain using extremely easy to understand words for the people to understand. Because it's easier to use abstract words. It's easier to refer from giving the full picture than to explain and confront and be confronted by the people that are following you and that are watching you. And I'll just give a bit of context. Last weekend, I was in an interesting academy in Romania with young political leaders from all pro-European parties. And I was amazed how differently our narratives were on the same subject. And nobody in the room took the time to explain to me step by step why were they thinking a certain thing about, let's say, SAFE, which is the biggest subject in Romania at the moment, the armament industry funds. And then this happens because young people take things for granted. Young people tend to go towards instant gratification. We need to get dopamine. We need to get information fast. We don't know how to select our sources. And there is nobody in our party, in our NGO, in our universities, especially in Romania, to teach us how to do that. And we are left alone, starting from 13 years old up to 40 years old, not knowing how to discern whether a piece of information is correct or not. And this is how we raise adults that vote for nationalist parties, for extremists, or adults that tend to afterwards push on a button and be like, okay, let's get the war started.
Thank you, Patricia, for sharing. I recognize a lot of patterns and a lot of things you mentioned just by only visiting 1 week, meeting a lot of youth of Romania. I was really thinking that they think slightly different from, let's say, countries or Western Europe, and that's a big difference. And then when you meet bureaucrats, sorry for saying that, but bureaucrats of Romania, you realize they also think differently from bureaucrats of other countries. So that's basically, I think, what society is translating currently. But thank you, Anya.
I will just follow up on Patricia. I agree with everything that she said, and I want to add how lack of critical thinking is a road to failure. And then also I'm always amazed how our collective memory works, especially in my country and the neighboring countries, because people easily forget what happened, why it happened, and why it shouldn't happen anymore. And a big part in all of that is, of course, media. And I think a solution, or I mean, something that we are debating today, all day, is the importance of media pluralism, free media, and of course, courses that teach us actually how to recognize disinformation and how to approach them critically. And I think our governments, unfortunately, do not invest that much time in that. But luckily, there are many civil societies and youth initiatives that try to teach not only young people, but also the elderly, because especially people in rural areas are unfortunately very disconnected, and they just take things for granted. And as many of them were raised in communism, they just accept what is said to them, and that's it, because many of them carried some kind of fear to act. And I think that's the biggest actually problem of our nations, that we still need to build on past experiences.
Thank you, Anya. Anything to add? Andrea? Okay, Pavel.
Okay, then myself, thanks. So I'll try to balance my negativity regarding this government. So you will not be surprised that this government is not only, trying to address the gaps, but really making them as wide as possible. We are really experiencing a democratic backlash, a huge degree. The government has decided just yesterday, actually, to, for example, dismantle the Human Rights Department within the office of the Czech government that has been serving there for the last 20 years, for several decades, since I think 1930s. The international dimensions of the Czech radio have been operating in multiple languages: English, French, Spanish, Russian, Ukrainian most recently. Again, the MFA is trying to undermine that, there are attacks against civil society. There was a leaked draft of the foreign agent law already that government representatives have been trying to push through, attacks against the public broadcaster, and the list continues. But to balance this is not the end, fortunately. There are also other initiatives, also other parts of the government, but definitely the non-government part of the society, NGOs and other parts of the civil society trying to do things that are trying to balance this. Some initiatives in which we are also taking part ourselves, but there's a huge also democratic response to it. Massive demonstrations. In autumn last year, we had 250,000 people just down the road, actually standing up for democratic values, civil society, but also independence of the public broadcaster, for example, modeled on BBC in 1990s, and we are trying to preserve that. So that's also the other part of the story. So there's not only bad, but also good news. It is also giving us a lot of incentive to mobilize, to regroup, to look for innovative methods. We are ourselves involved in this, some of it actually in AMO. two things that I want to introduce. One, there is my dear friend Rastio Kužel. We are actually just about to start a new initiative on the research in FIMI and protection of electoral integrity. The project called DIVE has been just launched at the end of last year, run by European Exchange, and we are proud to be part of that together with Memo 98 and others. So we are trying to really move to the EU level also to look for allies, to look for good practices, and also introduce it here. No matter that the government will not be only willing to listen, but we have to develop the know-how. We need to learn from others, and when the time and maybe occasions allow, to also push it through as much as possible when the political will allows. So that will be our job to do, to get ready, to prepare, to look for the examples of positive experience and also good know-how, and when again conditions allow, to help it introduce. But then also there is another dimension that we try to do, and often this is not with the government, not necessarily against the government, but by passing the government. And this was, for example, a recent pilot project that we did with Alliance for Europe, when we actually also invited a number of state officials, some of them sitting in the room as well, and basically taught them in a closed door setting, okay, these are the things that we can still be doing, you know. Not you also only sitting in offices, but also with the help of Czech police, with the help of independent institutions, such as the Czech Telecommunication Bureau, the Digital Service Coordinator, to do things that are just not under direct control of the government or within the pockets of the government that are less prone to this madness. So there are still opportunities to do things. So I definitely recommend checking out the Disrupt framework that we help pilot in this country together with Alliance for Europe. We hope that there will be more of that. And this is exactly something that we can all be doing. And this is the bottom-up, so to say, bottom-up approach, you know, to help empower us in the room, the daily users of social media platforms, but also consumers of sort of any type of information, primarily in the online, but also offline, in terms of also having the know-how of what can be done about that, you know, that you can actually use the sanction mechanism, you know, to point things and put things that are not allowed to be spread on the Czech information in the information space, such as the sanctioned Russian content, you know, that is too often translated in Czech and then populating the information space in here. You know, we all have things to be done about that. You know, we all need to be acting in that respect, you know, to involve business in this domain. You know, this is very important. We have our own domestic Google in this country called Seznam. They're also very much part of the conversation. So important to also localize this and help also the industrial part of the discussion to do things on their own, you know. And then also I spoke about it briefly, to find allies within the system that is not only driven by people that are, you know, introducing these forbidden words, you know. There are also other parts of the government, but also of the elite setup that are less antagonistic to it, you know, not always saying that publicly, but acting, you know, often when this is needed. So we need to be also looking for this opportunity. So this is our job as civil society, as NGOs, to be on the barricade, but also do practical things. And we are trying to do both, and especially focus on this empowerment from bottom up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pavel, for sharing. Maybe Andrea, if you have something to add, no, we can. If no, we can. Because you just kind of sit and think, and I was thinking if you have something to add.
Do I need to add
Sure,
something?
absolutely.
Well, the only thing that I want to say here is that Albania is a great example. We are showing to the world, not only to Europe, innovative approach how to rule a country which is like a very big 2 millions. Like we are joining the EU faster than the country itself, the people. I mean, but the other issue is that when it comes to disinformation and misinformation campaigns, our government took a very interesting step, or a very important step. 2 months before the general elections in 2025, the government decided to lock down not the country, but to turn off the TikTok, to ban the TikTok usage in Albania entirely. This was because we had many young politicians. The main opposition leader, he is young, 81 years old, like next to Biden, and he was very much popular in TikTok. So he decided to close down TikTok, and out of a sudden, with another invention that the party in power had, which is the patronage system. If you have ever heard about this, new invention that we have in the country, it is the most robust system that even the communist states envy us what we have. The patronage system leaked the information, what is going to be the result of the seats in the parliament before the elections. So it just added a surplus 2 mandates more, but that's okay. It is not changing anything. And the most interesting fact is that we passed a strategy with a law, with a normative act by the parliament instead by the Council of Ministers. Usually strategies are temporarily, but our government and our country thinks that the strategy should be passed with a law in order to fulfill this foreign element, like foreign airings and of course disinformation campaigns.
Thank you, Andrea.
You have it.
Yeah. Yes, that was really interesting that, from the members of EU and non-members of EU to hear different patterns and realize that basically what's happening now across Europe, there are a lot of issues and the government failed to face them, to respond correctly on them. Some of them just acting as a they don't see any issues. Yes, and that's a problem because young people need to work harder now to make sure that their voices is there and they can protect democracy but also electoral integrity. And I want to come back and discuss more, not about the problem and threats, but more about potential solutions to that, because we know that there are a lot of support from EU now for youth-led initiatives, for youth leaders, potential youth, maybe even youth candidates from different political parties somewhere I've seen. But what do you think, what would be the best in this case? What kind of capacities, protection or resources do youth people need to make sure that they have enough resources to protect democracy and electoral integrity in your countries? Maybe from your own perspective, because I know that national elections happen in Romania, in Croatia in 2024, and then in Czech Republic and Albania, I think 2025, just recently. So you've seen what is missing and what resources and what is needed to make sure that young people have enough instruments for protecting democracy and making sure that there is electoral integrity is in the place.
May I start?
Yes, absolutely.
Because you will forget me.
No, absolutely not.
You asked, or if I got it correct, it was that the EU is like funding youth initiatives. Where are the funds?
Well, this is a good question.
Especially from the Western Balkans, we are locked. We are the only light. It is Vučić and Rama political dream of joining the EU, but with other terms, not full members, with no veto rights. Well, to my opinion, especially in the Balkan countries, and I'm speaking here for Albania, Kosovo, and I'm pretty sure in North Macedonia is quite under in fire right now that we are speaking of. We need more robust mechanisms. What do I mean with robust mechanisms? We need concrete undertakings from foreign interference, but Western foreign interference, the EU or the US. We totally are in a need to create new leaders. We have good capacities, we have good young leaders, but they do not have the popularity, they do not have the popular advocacy or the legitimacy to drive changes. I mean, if there is a student revolution somehow protest in Albania, I doubt that 100 students will gather. I mean, I'm lecturing at the law faculty, and for me it is like I want to cry when I ask students, why do you join law? Like, why are you studying law? And their answer is, because I want to be a director, a manager in the government, because of course there is the money. I mean, there is the let's say corruptive mentality of the young generation of being wealthy and rich very soon. This is what we need to fight more. Patricia.
So I do agree with you on some points. We are already EU, so I am.
I thought you were born.
So in the case of Romania, there is a huge apathy when it comes to civic and political participation amongst youth. Usually, young people remember that we are democratic citizens and we have the obligation of voting and being active usually in the last week before the voting. And this is also because political parties don't necessarily put any emphasis on reaching the youth in Romania. However, there are a lot of mechanisms that are put in place in order to make young people more involved and engaged, and civic organizations and student organizations mainly are extremely active. Usually during elections, those last weeks before the elections are the only weeks in 4 years when student organizations become united. Usually they are worse than political parties, but that's when they create a united front and they start doing a lot of get out the vote campaigns. They do a lot of information campaigns regarding the candidates, regarding their political profiles, regarding the ideals that they stand up for, and who are those candidates that actually put emphasis a bit on the youth projects and programs that we are faced with. And this is how we also got an independent candidate in the European Parliament. Almost 1 million young people voted for one independent candidate, and that was because that specific candidate did a campaign that was focused mainly on youth problems. And this shows how powerful the youth vote can be. And there is another thing that is not coming from Romania, but it's a great example that happened in Republic of Moldova before the parliamentary elections. What they did there was they made use of the digital tools to educate in a very short time the young population. So in order to fight the disinformation coming from the Russian Federation, they took out from the National Archives videos from the time of the Russian Federation in Moldova, and they debunked myths and disinformation using shorts. So very short videos on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok for the young population, and not only in Republic of Moldova, in order to help debunk different myths. And this was a huge and great example of how young people were educated in a short time. They were also able to better spot disinformation. And this was done by the national television in Moldova, together with universities and NGOs. So I think that, coming back to your question, we have to be inventive when it comes to finding the best ways to reach young people, and not only. And we have to use their own instruments. Always. Don't let them take over our narrative. Don't let them take over our tools. We use them, but with our messaging and our positioning.
Thank you. Very insightful. Thank you. Great example, Anya.
I agree with Patricia completely. Yeah, only for now. We are in Europe, so. What I wanted to say is that Croatia also has great examples of how they managed to engage with public in our last elections in 2024. For example, the office of the European Parliament in Croatia organized various workshops with young people and old people as well. And they tried to explain to them what EU elections are, what the EU does for them, because after all, citizens always need tangible results, which is normal. And of course, they tried to demystify politics. But unfortunately, that was not the case with national elections, because still we had a divide between left and right. And there were different debates that didn't have to do anything with actually what we were electing. But anyway, the way to fight all this is somehow connect citizens with their public leaders, because after all, politicians are public servants, and they need to find a way to communicate effectively with their electoral body. And the Croatian government will, of course, launch some initiatives in time to educate citizens. And yeah, and we have to find a language, actually, a way to engage both young people and older citizens, and also the working class, because we have to offer them a chance to understand what politicians are doing for them.
Thank you. Pavel?
Thanks, Julia. I was really thinking very hard, what to here pick up on. I think one of the best examples of what can be done positive longer term is the project of one of the Czech NGOs called People in Need, which is having the mock elections at schools. So hundreds and thousands of schools every year. They are really just for the high school students that are not yet eligible to vote. They are actually introducing the student votes to them, how they would vote in the national context and so on. And this is really interesting as a good practice, I feel, because I think this is really how you bring people to the processes, to let them think about that you have dedicated time. And just to balance my positivity with some of the negative approaches, unfortunately, this was one of the venues of the current sitting government, that wants to now limit the access of the NGOs to schools and limit the non sort of formal type of education in the country. Even if we know that we are horribly missing out and really lacking behind in the media and information literacy at schools, and the current curriculum is still not standing up for the challenges. We spoke about them, but I think, and here again, I can be a little positive. So I think the young people actually spoke out, the limited amount as a number, as I mentioned, but they chose for some of the really visible public figures among the youth representatives, youth candidates. Last year, as I mentioned, we have a substantial delegation, people that were really vocal, that could speak with and use the tools that you spoke about, actually, to connect with the community. And I think this worked very, very well, actually. And we have some of the youngest candidates in the country's history nowadays. So it can work. It can deliver concrete results, I think. We still need to continue with the longer term projects, but unfortunately now, as I fear, there will be less space for that, and there will be less opportunity to engage in this, and more and more some of these good initiatives will be done against the will of the state. So we will need to continue fighting in this. I'm very happy that we are here sitting also as add-in representatives. I think there is an added value for initiative of our kind, and I'm very happy. And I can also greet Jan Gondek, who is actually the man behind the Czech add-in chapter. And I'm very happy that we survived through the turbulent times over the past year and a half. And I'm very happy that we have similar platforms that can engage in these topics. We ourselves in AMO emerged as a student organization in 1990s. We emerged out of this idea of modeling the United Nations, and we organize on every year basis a model of the United Nations. institutions called Prague Student Summit, in which hundreds of young people participate every year. I think Jan is one of their graduates as well, right? So this is actually how we bring young people to taking care of what's around them in foreign policy, security, but also in domestic affairs. I think this is really the way to sustain it longer term and to bring people to the realization that they need to care about what's around them. I think this is the best way to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavel. And yeah, that's interesting that you, despite of all the different patterns you mentioned and trends in your countries, innovative solutions is important. And just before I will open the floor for questions, I will ask you very short one more question regarding we recently, Eden participated in 19 workshops. We were co-organizing 19 workshops, thinking about how youth vision should be now by 2040. And I think that was really important to see what actually young people of each of 19 countries think about youth and vision of democracy by 2040. But regarding that, I want to ask you as a leaders, as a youth leaders of your countries, and you probably lead the big communities, not only Eden, but another youth communities in your countries. And maybe you have only, like, let's say one suggestion or one recommendation, what you would suggest a young leader from each country, not maybe only your countries, but in general, European countries, to take an action to make sure that there is democracy and electoral integrity in their countries protected and granted. So maybe just briefly, one recommendation, what would you give to another leader who is acting in other countries by just your own experience, but also maybe some of you participated in the workshops 2040, so that would be really insightful to know.
Julia, I will start this time having the mic. I participated in part of the program. It was really interesting, actually. And I think one of the things that I really took away was what Anya mentioned, and this is the things being tangible. So having your say, so to say. So there are a lot of very forward-looking methods, about AI and technologies influencing our way of governing the societies, but also organizing ourselves in the society. But one thing that I found really interesting was the modernization of the political life, so to say, both at the institutional level and also at the citizen to the state level. So to have the channels much more open than we have today. If you find contact on your member of parliament, or nowadays, in a better case, somebody will pick up the phone or answer your email. But this is not the 24/7 type of relationship with the person at the decision-making, in the decision-making role. I think this is really something where we really need to deliver to the citizens many more opportunities and tools, even practical tools to influence the democracy and the decision-making power. And nowadays, the debates are mostly taking place in the parliament, and this is really people sometimes feel that this is a madhouse. This is something that is very much detached from them. This is not what they can anyhow influence beyond going to the vote once in 4 years. And this should not be the case. There should be much more participation, much more even practical tools, to have your say and words heard. So this, I feel, also came out to me from the workshop, that we really need to invest in this much more for people to feel democracy, to feel the tangible results of their opinions and preferences. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I will continue to build up on everything you said. Yeah, I would definitely would recommend to political leaders in all countries to engage locally, to, I don't know, go to every corner of your country, interact with people, especially those who are not near the capital city. And also that would be very helpful in rebuilding trust in institutions, because I think that's one of the main problems, actually. And find a way to communicate effectively with your electoral body. And last but not least, embrace critical thinking and I don't know, as again, continue with the courses on, especially with young people, to ask questions, to try to understand what politics does for them, and even encourage them to maybe become a politician one day, because I think politics are amazing, and we should just go back to its roots, and that is serve our citizens.
Thank you. Patricia?
I'll answer twofold, and I'll follow up on what Anya said. Institutions are formed of people, and one thing that I always tell the young people, especially in politics that I work with, is this story of the mayor of Istanbul, Imamoglu, who won the elections by using the radical love theory, which in short means that no matter how much you hate your opponent or how populist their discourse is, ignore your opponent but love their supporters, meaning that the way you have to approach those that are thinking, acting in total on the total opposite side of the way you do is with respect and with shared empathy towards their ideas. So I think it's important that young leaders go towards those that are against them at first sight and try to find the common ground and approach different ideas with empathy, with curiosity, and with the will to find common ground. I think we are lacking this. It's easier now to jump at each other's throats and argue instead of trying to understand the world, how the other person sees the world. If we were to do that more, I think we are gonna decrease this huge level of hate and extremism that you are faced with. And maybe it's naive, but I really do believe in this. And this came out in our Romanian Youth Decide 2040. All our projects were so much focused on community, people, and trying to learn to live with each other again and not through our screens, which was a very great insight.
Thank you. Yeah. Andrea?
What should I'm not only a leader, I am a follower too. I follow my wife at home. I'm like a good follower. So my wife wants to leave Albania. Me, I don't want to leave Albania. I want to contribute in my country. There, I get some minuses. But what I want to give as an, let's say, takeaway or what I want also for myself, I want the young generation to be with integrity and to be very much professional in what they do. If they are not well educated, they cannot be good professionals or good leaders. In Albania, I would want to recall an example. I was in an international activity with some Finnish professors, and they were saying that we are in a surplus of plumbers because all the Balkan plumbers are up north. So we are missing plumbers. The Northern Europe, like it is surplusing them. I would suggest the young generation and the young leaders to approach to the old generation. Convince the old, especially in Albania, and you will win the elections, I'm pretty sure. Taking the statistics, 42% of the whole nation, including diaspora, is voting. Out of this, we have a very low number of young generation voting. If we want to attract them, of course, you can. You can do, if I may recall, Mrs. Buzo's quote, podcasters now, they want to be political analysts. So the young leaders, they want to be political analysts in the social medias, TikToks, Instagram, whatever. And of course, they can recall, they can convince the young generation. But to convince an old generation, I mean, you need a sort of experience and professionalism to show that you love your country. In Albania, there are politicians now doing their public speaking in the parliament via AI, ChatGPT. So most of their speeches, they are nonsense. They don't connect with the reality. So in order for you to be a good leader, you have to connect to the needs of the locals and of course of the nationals if you aspire high.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrea. And I've seen a couple of hands. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, maybe start from the back and then, yes. So I would say just really briefly, 1 minute question and then one of you answer. And that's how we will try to answer the most questions we can. So please introduce yourself.
Nika from Georgia. Maybe it's not the very right panel to address this comment and question, but I wanted to say that every time we speak about elections and AI and we speak that it's affecting the public and we should not trust and this and that, I mean, it's always more or less the same narrative. And we're expecting people to be political analysts and they're supposed to go deep dive and do the research studies if it's a right source and if AI is lying to us. So this is kind of the narrative that I'm hearing all the time. But imagine my mom, she's very good housewife, but she's using ChatGPT. She's going to ask a question to ChatGPT, but she's not a political analyst. She doesn't know this research methods. And even if I know, I'm not going to do this all the time that I receive an answer. And what we are trying to say is that we are building this distrust all the time. Oh, don't trust this, don't trust this, So what can we trust? Where does this lead us as a society that we cannot trust ChatGPT, we cannot trust Claude? I mean, and okay, for me, maybe it's easier to understand and differentiate. Maybe I can sense that it's a false narrative, but for someone that is like outside of this bubble that we are working with, what do we tell them? Where does this lead us of talking about disinformation and misinformation all the time and how AI is affecting it? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, maybe someone wants to answer and then we can move on.
Sorry, Anya, please start.
I will just be brief. To answer your question, I think the main thing would be to engage media, to try and simplify things for the common citizen. So we don't need any essays or PhDs on anything, but before elections, there should be clear articles that articulate the main points for every political party so that everyone can understand easily without checking with ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever. So yeah, I think the media is our ally here. And also it's important to fact check everything. And the more we fact check or report fake articles, the better the responses will be with artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've seen a few, yes, over there. Yeah, please, here with Mike. Yeah. Yes.
This aspect hasn't really popped up in the debate, but I wanted to ask with regards to the rural and urban divide. In my country, in the Federal Republic of Germany, we see this very strongly. We have democratic pro-European parties very strong in the municipal centers, but very weak in the rural centers, rural areas. And one reason in my mind is that the democratic or pro-European parties simply do not show up anymore in the rural areas. So what does AfD, for instance, do? Every week, every month, they organize events, they go barbecuing, question time with the candidate, with the MP, whatever, and people create a new social network with AfD and start to support them because they feel that AfD is actually listening to them. And what I've been noticing during my own limited experience is that political leadership, political youth, etc., is disproportionately urban. And we are very strongly urbanly socialized. And in my question would be, are we going enough into the countryside? Are we going enough to the people? And are we even enough leaving our municipal centers, our capital cities? For instance, in Czechia, are we going enough into the Czech countryside? In Germany, are we leaving enough Berlin? Of course, politics happens in the capitals, in the urban centers. So of course, there will be always some bias, but if we question ourselves, do we do that enough?
Thank you for the question.
I can answer.
Sure.
No, we don't do enough. And I'm gonna talk from the point of view of Romania. And I had the opportunity to work on all levels of electoral campaigns, and my favorite campaign was this campaign for a mayor in a very small city in Romania, a young woman. She's actually in the room, and even though it was a city, it was highly rural. And the whole campaign that we did over there was to actually go door to door every day on all streets. And even though she didn't win the campaign, and now 1 year more later, I think it's the best thing that happened, it was amazing to see how perceptions are changed when you talk to the people face to face. Because the problem these days with the urban-rural divide is that it's no longer a political fight of ideas. It's a political fight of algorithms and who has the highest reach. If you don't have enough reach, you're not gonna reach people. If you don't pump money into the videos that you post, you're not gonna reach people. And even if you reach those people, usually they're gonna stay on your video for 2 or 3 seconds. So nothing out of the message that you work on is actually getting delivered. And the only way, and the ruling party in Moldova, the pro-European party, PAS, what they did in order to win the campaigns, and not only before the elections, each and every day they go to the countryside and they go to the end of the village on those small streets that nobody touched politically, and they talk to the people and they leave questionnaires and they come back. People are going to vote for those candidates that know that don't go only there when they have to win a vote, but that they are actually interested in listening. And in urban areas, you no longer can do door to door. It's not working. People are not going to answer when you knock on their door. But in rural areas, it's working. And you have to dedicate, and we, at least for the party that I am part of in Romania, we start the campaign now, even though the elections are in 2028. And we start by mapping the countryside, by mapping the urban areas that are not so much developed, and mapping their problems, because we have to create a political program that identifies with the issues that people care for, not with our own ideologically staked ideals. So I think we don't do enough. We should do more, but we should do it systematically, consequently, and with a view to understand the voters.
Thank you, Patricia. You want to say something? 1 minute.
I'm the only non-EU country here in the panel beside this speaker.
We're candidates.
You are not counted. This is a great question indeed, but for the Western Balkan countries, we don't have rural areas anymore. Like everybody is urban right now. The villages are depopulated. Like almost everybody is going to center. So we need to repopulate. Let us find agendas how to repopulate the rural areas in the Balkan countries, I mean, or in the EU candidate countries. Brain drain, it is a phenomenon, especially from the rural areas in the Balkans.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I just would like to say thank you for all of you for this amazing discussion. And we actually noticed that there are a lot of shared threats and a lot of shared challenges, and the same with solutions. There are a lot of shared solutions could be done. We could do better. And today, this is a big evidence that we are here. That means that we are not only discussing about democracy, but we are ready to take action to protect democracy, to practice it, to share it among young people in our countries, but across Europe as well. And I'm very thankful for your impact and what you're doing. Continue doing that, and thank you for your questions. I'm sorry we just ran out of time, and I hope you will have a time to discuss it during the coffee break. That's basically it, and thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day today, and hope to see you after the coffee break in 20 minutes. Thank you.
So, hi again. Finally, we have come to the most expected panel of the day. No, thank you so much for staying with us. It is the last panel. I know that we are all quite tired, but also quite excited. And I have to say that it has been wonderful to see how engaged you all have been during all the panels. I have a wonderful, wonderful panel here today. Christophe Zombati, I hope that I pronounce it correctly. He's the editor at the Review of Democracy and a 2026 Charles Kettering Global Fellow. We also have Taeyong Panich, who is the Director of Advocacy and Strategic Partnerships at Political Watch and member of the Global Democracy Coalition Steering Group. Urban Strandberg, who is the Director and co-founder of the International Youth Think Tank and also a 2026 Kettering Global Fellow. And Susanna Papasowski, I hope that I pronounced that well. That's the recent resident senior director for Central Europe at the National Democracy Institute. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you. A round of applause. I'm sorry, I have so many things. So what are we going to talk about today is from democratic stress to democratic renewals and how regions are rebuilding democracy. And this is a panel that we have been having in all of the regional forums. So we had the same panel in Africa, the same panel in the Americas, and now we are having the same panel here in Europe because we want to know how regions are rebuilding democracy. Over the past months, many of the conversations we have had across the Global Democracy Coalition and, like, to be honest, across the broader democracy field have focused on diagnosis. And we saw that today too. We're talking about democracy backsliding, polarization, disinformation, misinformation, authoritarian influence, declining trust, shrinking civic space. And these are all real and very serious challenges. But one of the things that has emerged very clearly throughout the Europe Regional Month, including 2 pre-forum webinars that we hosted a couple of weeks ago, is that democratic actors are increasingly asking a different question. Not only what is failing, but what is beginning to emerge in response. Because while democratic stress is intensifying, we are also seeing experiments, we're seeing coalitions, civic innovations, local movement, youth-led initiatives, new forms of participation, and new approaches to democratic resilience that are appearing across regions and across sectors. But I know that you don't want to hear me, you want to hear our panelists, so we will be starting. Taking my time. So I want to start with Christophe. Democratic renewal is often framed as a matter of institutions. But across Europe, we are also seeing a deeper dissatisfaction with democratic models themselves. In your view, what does renewal actually require at that level, beyond reform? And are there actors or shifts you see today that give you genuine hope?
Thanks. So let me just start by saying that I come from Hungary, which is, a space where an interesting shift, an unexpected shift has happened. But I actually live in Berlin since 4 years. I moved away at a time when I felt that the country was fully hopeless. Orbán had won 4 consecutive supermajorities. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around what went by. And just to give you a sense of my role, I was involved deeply in politics in Hungary. I was a founder of the Green Party and a very long time member of the Green Movement there. And we got the party into parliament the same year that Orbán won the 2/3 majority. We got 7% of the vote. We felt that it was a huge success, but events bypassed the Green Party and other opposition formations as well. And the party was not properly built and collapsed and kind of broke into 2. And at that point, I decided to leave politics because I felt that we as kind of progressive members of civil society, later politics, weren't really understanding the deeper processes that were leading to this illiberal authoritarian transformation. So I became a scholar and became an anthropologist, a political anthropologist who studies the rise of populist movements in rural areas. So My specialization is understanding the countryside and why it went from, in the 90s, supporting broadly the regime change after the post-communist regime change to actually supporting a right-wing authoritarian drift in society. So sorry for that long introduction, but I think it's important to see where I'm coming from. And to answer your question, I want to make 3 brief points. One, you mentioned the word model. I mean, usually my approach is through everyday people's politics and not on the model level, but I think that I do want to underline one point, which Tomáš Petříček made in his keynote. He didn't use the word social democracy, but one of his key points was that we need social cohesion in society to build resilience to authoritarian takeovers and attempts to, sow dissent. I don't want to repeat our words. We know what I want to say. And I think it's very important to emphasize that, because whether I look at American liberal democracy, whether I look at European democracies, we're not doing particularly well on building that social pillar that was promised in the 90s. And, some of you addressed the question of rural areas. Well, all of my research has shown that the main reason people drifted towards the right, towards authoritarians, is a feeling of abandonment, a feeling of not being recognized as equal members of the community, as people who struggle, not being seen, not being heard, and often even not being even recognized in policies. So there's really a sense of disconnection from the political community and of very difficult struggles in everyday life. Think of the opioid pandemic in the US, for me, is one of the most glaring examples. I mean, if there is a symptom of societal malaise, to use that terrible French word, that's it. But similar things are ongoing in our societies. And earlier we thought it was an Eastern European problem, it's on the fringes, and it was. But now, I live in Germany, look at Eastern Germany, look at France. I lived in France for 5 years. And look at the way that our politicians are reacting to social malaise, to social discontent. Think of how Macron related to the Gilets jaunes movement. I think that there are some pretty deep failures of liberal politics that we need to kind of face up to and analyze and possibly change, because I do see an issue there, to put it that way. And I'll try to be quicker now. I don't want to talk too long, sorry. I want to come to Hungary, and you asked me about hope. So I do want to bring a message of hope, which is somewhat difficult, because I had become used to, over the 16 years, to be the pessimist in the room, and now I am probably the most optimistic one, and I'm still wrapping my head around what happened. But let me also say this: liberalism also has its very deep inner contradictions and problems, and we saw this playing out in Hungary. And I think we should together look at Hungary as a laboratory of not only liberal state making, but also of state failure. And in particular, look at the economic strategy of a liberalism, which is clearly a failure. I can say more about that if you want later. I don't want to go into it. And also about the politics, the extreme polarization, the extreme centralization of power, and the domination that played very clearly a role in the fall of Fidesz. I mean, just to say one thing, I've been following my former prime minister for a long time, and it was very clear that after Trump won re-election, he felt that it's all fine. Like, I don't need to pay attention to Hungary, it's in the bag. Trump is behind me, I'll get some gifts. And anyway, the tide is really even shifting more strongly. So he totally misread the room, so to speak, and went into an authoritarian overdrive that people reacted to in a very strong way, with 80% coming out and saying, enough is enough, thank you. The last point I want to make is about the hopes I have for this transition. Again, I will be even briefer. I was one of the pessimists when I watched Péter Magyar emerge from within the ruling party. I was a skeptic, but he really convinced me in many ways that he's serious about democratic renewal. I think he wants to enter the history textbooks as the guy who replanted the flag of democracy kind of on the top of parliament. And although he has authoritarian inclinations. I think that other mission is hopefully stronger. And I can say more about my hopes and fears, but I think what's coming up in Hungary is also something to watch, to see if what we're building is going to be a shallower or a deeper democracy. So we'll have to see how much he limits himself and his power, and how much he will involve citizens and give space to social counterpower, which is inexistent at the moment.
Thank you so much, Christoph, and thank you for that cautious hope that you are sharing with us. All this connection that you were talking about is something that we have been discussing for many months, and it affects, of course, not only what we call the marginalized communities or the rural communities, and it's something, for example, that we see a lot in Latin America with the indigenous people from Latin America, but that we are seeing more and more every day in other regions, especially with youth, like the disconnection that the youth has. And I want to go with Urban because you work, of course, at the International Youth Think Tank, and you have a lot of relation with youth. One of the problems that we are seeing is the lack of participation or the cautious participation from youth in like democracy. What do you think that participation models for youth are actually resonating with them today? And what makes them different from what institutions have tried before? Like, what is new nowadays?
So thank you so much, Elisenda, for having me and us here. And I need to start to say that because you and I haven't met until yesterday, actually, and you are a hero in my world because you have the Global Democracy Coalition, which we are a part of here, hadn't existed if it not have been for you. So thank you for being you and making the world a much brighter place to start with. So I will bring you hope. Lots of hope, because I'm working with young persons, even though I'm pretty old myself. So as Christoph was doing, I must say a little bit of a background, otherwise I'm not credible. So the IYTT was set up in 2019 by myself. The cool thing is that every year we are going to a hotspot in the world where we select 24 young persons for a 4-day conference. And that is the starting point for them being what we call youth fellows. It's a never-ending democracy and human rights advocacy thing. So, for example, last year we went to the United States of America, Washington, D.C., downtown D.C., after only 4 months with the Trump in office. The year before that, we were in Stellenbosch, South Africa. This year, we're going to Korea and Seoul. So we are traveling the world and summoning young persons in the 18 to 26 age span. What they do in the conference, they come up with 12 proposals for democracy renewal, and all those proposals ends up in a handbook for decision makers. And what they then do, what you do as an IYTT Youth Fellow voluntarily over the course of the years, you're refining the proposals by writing working papers, policy briefs, present them to powerful people, and make the world change. And besides this, the Youth Fellows are also developing participatory methods to make people engage more locally. So this is the kind of the background. So what I will say today is not my own thoughts, but these are the thoughts from young persons from Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South America, in the numbers of almost 200 individuals. So first of all, you could think about what do these young persons care about when we ask them to come up with decision proposals about democracy? Well, every year's conference falls down into 4 broad categories of things, which is the thing in this handbook. So they are specifying equity, education, community, and governance. So, I mean, hear me out. Most of those 4 categories are things that has not to do with the typical institutional questions that you are asking me to say something about. I mean, equity, education, and community is things which you could say are pre-institutional. They are social categories. They are about social values. They are about how you're leading your everyday life. And I think that is the youth sending a message to us. The challenge or the promises for democracy is more profound and broader than changing the institutions. It's about changing power relationships. It's about changing the social values and how people are knitting themselves together. So take the example in the DC conference, one of the 12 proposals was about third spaces. You know probably the notion of third spaces. Anyhow, what they are saying, if people are getting more and more radicalized in their political views, and we get what many commentators are calling polarisation, then that's the political problem. And the causes for such a situation is social, are they saying? And they have a solution. They are saying people need to get together, to get to know one another, on other things than political things. We need third spaces. Basically, community places that a sound country, a sound public administration should provide places for people to get to know one another. That would be a requirement in the long run, our youth are saying, for not being as hostile, as aggressive, as polarized as otherwise would be the case. So I think that is a promise. I mean, they have done the analysis correctly, I think, that we have a social fabric which is not working as it should, and therefore it must change. And by the way, let me mention that we are having now a project where we are mapping Gen Z mobilizations all over the world. I guess you're quite familiar hearing about what Gen Zs are doing in Kenya or Madagascar or Nepal or Serbia. And we are mapping all those mobilizations as much as we have the time for, asking what are they doing? What are they claiming? And most of them are saying, well, we want to have a job, we want to have fresh water, we want to have electricity, we want to have a Wi-Fi, and we want to have a reasonable everyday life. So there you are again. They are not asking for specific reforms of the democratic institutions. They are saying that we have great failures. And it doesn't matter if they are living in liberal democracies or autocracies. They are seeing failure of delivering what people would have to lead a decent life. So, so that was about the Gen Z project. Let me conclude because I wouldn't take the time for everyone else. Another really, I think, promising thing and telling how wise young people are. We have been talking quite much about media today and AI. So what our youth fellows are saying, and this was a proposal that was developed in Stellenbosch, South Africa 2 years ago. They were saying, how could it be that we are leaving the media companies as unregulated as we do? I mean, why don't we regulate ownership? Because media companies are big. Why don't we regulate content? How could it be that we nowadays not are regulating what we know is so influential on how political communication, how the market economy is functioning? Because, you know, people are doing much money on media. So I think that is also a very tangible proposal and something which is promising. Listening to the young persons, there is a promising future.
Thank you so much, Urban. And I really appreciate the conversations that we're having today, because I have to say that it has been the first time in many months where one of the recurrent themes across panels is community building. And we're talking about tech. And it is more clear than ever that technology, social media, AI is isolating people. And what we need to rebuild trust, that we were talking a couple of panels ago, is this sense of community, of how we change these power relationships that are not necessarily in between governments, but of how we use technology, for example. So I think that it is very good that we are talking about emotional intelligence, about community building, because these are topics that not generally we talk about. And I want to go with Tai now, because I want to talk a little bit about innovation and democratic innovation. Today, that is happening mostly outside of the formal institutions. So we see that in civic networks, digital spaces, and new coalitions like the Global Democracy Coalition. But I want to know from your perspective, because it's what you work with, how can civil society move beyond reactive resistance and become a consistent strategic driver of renewal? And because we are talking about technology, what role does technology has in all of that?
Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here with you. With you all. I work for Political Watch. It's an independent organization based in Spain, and we like to say that we try to design collectively the democracy of the future, but in the meantime, we try to reform the institutions that we have today. Say that, maybe the first thing that I would like to say that we cannot renew democracy if we keep working in the same ways, with the same people, and with the same formats. I think too often we are speaking and operating in our democratic bubbles, and we usually talk to one another. So, and in this sense, civil society role needs to evolve. And of course, we are going to keep working as watchdogs and advocates, but we also need to become better, building bridges with actors that they don't usually meet together. They don't think exactly the same. We need to be better on convening and also building bridges, no, with these actors, no, because we really need broader democratic alliances, and these are not going to happen by accident. We need to build them, and one of the things that we are trying. I don't know what's happening. Okay. No, it's okay. Can you listen? Okay, because it's like echoing. Okay, so one of the things that we are trying and testing is new formats, not within Political Watch, with the Global Democracy Coalitions. No, we test democratic dinners, no, and we bring to the table different actors from the private sector, philanthropy, politicians, academies, civil society organizations, journalists, cultural actors, no, to discuss about democracy in another ways, no. And one thing that one of the private, the businessman, he told us, it's like that nobody had ever invited us into a democratic conversation like this one. I think that says a lot. It's like we need to start thinking and working with other people and sectors. Regarding technology, the first thing I would like to say, it's like, it's not about the technology, it's about the society that we want to live in, and then think how technology can help us to achieve that. Because sometimes we do it wrong. We have a technology and we want it to use to save something. It's not the way to think. And for example, let's think about AI efficiency. Now it says that AI can, it's true that it can be, some processes can be more efficient. And let's say that we can work 20% less. If we're going to be more efficient in our work, maybe why we don't think what we are going to use this 20%? Instead of being more productive, maybe we can use that 20% to have more time to invest in our communities, to take care of our families, to read, to do whatever we wanted to do, and to be happier societies. Maybe it's, I'm not saying we have to do it, but it's like there is no a conversation or discussion about this. Or we always say, okay, it's for being more productive. So it's a kind of conversation that we need to discuss about technology. Say that at Political Watch, we develop technology. We develop civic tech, no? Because we really think that tech can help us to design and renew the institutions based on deliberation, critical thinking, empathy, deep listening, transparency, and so on. So we can really use them. And we have some examples. Now we are using AI for better law-making processes. We're using gamification to work with young people, how they wanted to build or create these futures. We're exploring participation beyond the institutions. how we are using AI, other tools to improve like social mobilization. And also, we are also experimenting and rethinking AI for rethinking influencing, like how we can use this to have like a collaborative advocacy strategies in the local level. So there are so many ways that we can use tech, no? And but again, it's like it's not about tech; it's about the society and the democracy wants to do, and then we can use tech. Okay, I'm going to leave it here, and we can keep the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tai. It's very interesting, and actually we were talking about that last night, where you were telling me why won't we use AI in a different way to be more, to have more like a community sense, to build more community, to spend more time reading. And my answer was like, well, it's for us to be more efficient, right? And that is the narrative that we're listening and that we're hearing, that AI will help us to be more efficient. But I think that the perspective that you are having and you're giving us of cutting our time, but also be able to have more time for ourselves, for our community, is something that it's really interesting and maybe not necessarily discussed. So thank you so much for bringing that here. Susanna, you have spent 2 decades or more working in contexts where democratic resilience is not a concept, but actually a daily operational challenge. What practical lessons have emerged or have you seen through your work about what actually works in rebuilding democracy under pressure, and who the actors driving that renewal really are?
Thank you very much. It's not easy to be last panelist on the very last panel and still be creative and contribute to the discussion, but I will do my best and I will try to be very practical. As you said, 10 years more or less in the Western Balkans, 10 years in Central Europe, working in the environment where often, frankly, there wasn't much hope to impact anything at the national level. So if there is any practical advice from 2 decades of the experience working at NDI, working with, on women engagement, working with young people on youth political participation, working with minorities, working with urban movements, working on coalition building, it's basically we cannot fix this from top down. I think it was said several times, but I think we have to let it sink. If we are to rebuild people's faith in institutions, democracy, the system, we have to go local and do it ground up. And as well, it takes time. We do celebrate Hungary a lot today, and I think it's absolutely well-deserved. There were years of different types of community building programming happening across Hungary. And I just want to say that the change was up in the air. At NDI, we do survey young people and their attitudes with regards to institutions, democracy, how they engage politically, how do they access information. And just to show you the data from the 2024 research we did in the age group 18 to 29, already in 2024, we saw that the interest in politics and public affairs in Hungary in this age group went from 45% in 2018 to 82% in 2024. So it was bubbling, it was up in the air, and absolutely Peter Magyar with his on-the-ground campaign, visiting 700 municipalities and cities across the 2 years, it did the work, but it was down there. And I think this local level programming and mobilization is actually a long-term investment in the fabric of the society. It's not an election tool. It's really something I frankly believe can rebuild people's trust in democracy and institutions. And we witnessed it in Poland. It was the very clear example where under the period from 2015 to 2023, it was like walking in a tunnel. Very few people saw, a chance to impact anything. And this is where we saw the cities rising as, I would say, the islands of democracy. The less opportunities for engagement there were at the national level, the more local level governments tried to reflect that by I don't know, adopting national level legislation at the local level. For instance, the in vitro program was shut by the government, so it was reintroduced by different cities across Poland. When there was no chance to impact the legislation through the official consultative process at the national level, you saw cities doing even more citizens engagement programs. And this is where I want to be very practical. Those instruments used were, for instance, things like participatory budgeting, when a portion of the budget of the city is allocated for different projects which are selected by citizens and then they're implemented. And a very practical tool, which I think is excellent for young people in the age group 13 plus, are so-called schools budgets. It's a new thing. It's really rising. The trend is rising across Poland, where, for instance, the city of Kraków allocates 1,500 euros to a high school, where the young people can decide and come up with ideas how they would like to invest this money, how they want to change the environment around them. You know, they have to campaign, there is election, and the project is realized. And it goes back to this bringing joy to democracy and making it like tangible and not an abstract thing, that show young people that, first of all, you can impact the way cities' money is spent. You can decide how the environment will look around you at the age of 13. Frankly, this is the way forward. Let's make it joyful, full of joy, and let's make it basically tangible. And in terms of how it impacted the mobilization around the elections, we saw the increase in the participation of young people in the age group 18 to 29. In the 23 election, it went up from 46% to 71%. So we saw in terms of both Hungary and Poland, unlike in the Western Balkans, young people care and they can get mobilized, but they can get disappointed, as the subsequent 2025 presidential election showed, that the turnout was still high at the level of 76% in the age group 18 to 26, but 53% of those young people, after being disappointed with the performance of the new government, opted with the opposition alternative. So this is basically some practical lessons learned that young people can be mobilized, they care, make it tangible, bring joy, and show people that actually institutions can deliver, and if you can do locally, and don't expect miracles over one night. It takes time.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Susanna, for these reflections. The not top-down approach, I think that it's something that we have been discussing, especially in the last year and a half after the aid cuts. I think that it was very important. Thank you so much also for sharing all the data. It has been very interesting, and I am very sure that Christoph, you already knew about those data, and if not, I'm very sure that it's interesting. When you're talking about these practical tools about like participatory budgeting or school budgets, I remembered, and because we have been sharing about kids, I also have kids. I live in Sweden, and it's very interesting because whenever there's going to be an election, they actually vote in school. They do this exercise of making little kids, like even kindergarten, vote. I don't know if that's the case in Gothenburg, but in Stockholm, we surely do. And they also have this kind of food councils inside each one of the schools where students are responsible for making sure that whatever their peers want for like next month or next couple of months to be part of the menu is part of the menu. And it's very interesting because my kids have been part of those councils, and they talk about budget and the budget cuts and how food is now horrible in school. And like, do you know that the other day, he's 14, and he was telling me, do you know that the budget for prison, for food in prisons is higher than the budget for food in schools? And I thought that it was so interesting that he's so aware of this. And this is something that we should strive to do more and more. But let's go back to Christoph. You study how democratic legitimacy holds or breaks under illiberal pressure. What is the most important lesson from that work that international democracy actors are still failing to absorb?
Well, I mean, what we were already discussing, that it's very important to look at the, the macro institutional level, but in the end, what attaches people to a particular political order and what gives legitimacy to that order is what happens in their everyday lives. And that depends on how the school is functioning, how if they go into the welfare office, how they're treated. It's about whether the local bureaucracy, how it handles the issue that they're facing, etc. So I very much resonate with what you're saying, that a lot actually depends on how, these local structures or infrastructures of democracy, which I think we do tend to underestimate, because they require, often a decade of building. And I see, my country, which really, I mean, illiberalism is pretty much decimated. It's going to take a decade to rebuild. And you always wonder whether people will have the patience, to see hospitals coming back to normal. I mean, in Hungary, I think COVID was really, as in many other countries, a turning point. But in this particular case, it was a turning point in people's understanding that the regime, which they had perceived to be delivering certain tangible benefits in the first decade of its existence, the perception really shifted. Hungary had one of the I think it had the second or third highest per capita number of COVID-related deaths. So, people saw their relatives dying in large numbers, falling like flies, as we say in Hungarian, and they realized, oh, the hospitals are really dysfunctional. And then I could go on, but basically this collapse of public infrastructure is, I think, the #1 reason why Fidesz lost its own voters and why, it wasn't resonating anymore. But let me be a bit more even provocative, because the interesting thing is that Fidesz did not begin by being an authoritarian, centralizing, dominating force. It began in the 2000s from the municipal level, becoming a motor of an engine of democracy, looking for those niches that the liberal democratic state had abandoned, and it exactly in those niches that it started building itself up as a party. So it understood, I'm just saying we need to look at what the right is doing right and learn from it, because they understood very early on that you have to go into those niches and talk to and tap into that experience, those hurts, those unmet needs, expectations, aspirations. And yeah, the right, someone mentioned the AfD in Eastern Germany. That's where I do my research. That's exactly what I see. That's the AfD is doing. They're looking for those niches and, these huge holes in our politics, in our polity, and they're going and connecting to that. So that already says a lot about two things. About democratic resilience. The state needs to come back in and gap those holes as much as possible. And on the other hand, politics also needs to come closer. And this is, you mentioned Péter Magyar's example. That's also what struck me and what convinced me that this was the guy for the moment. He understood exactly that there's so much, Fidesz controls, so much money that they can flood social media with their advertisements. But what they can't do is, because Orbán is quite old now, is walk 20,000 kilometers and visit 700 villages and talk to people. And that made a pretty big difference. So yes, local civic infrastructures of democracy, I think, are absolutely key.
Thank you so much, Christoph. And you make me think a lot. And I always try to do this to link what is happening in other regions to understand. And I think that it's very interesting that you're actually saying this, because this is something that we see in the Middle East, for example, with this terrorist groups that were not necessarily terrorists when they started, like Hezbollah. It's exactly what they were doing. And that's why then they later became a political party and they later became part of the state. And it's exactly the same that we're seeing in Latin America with this narcos and like these cartels, because they understand and they see what people need. So they build hospitals, they build schools, they build roads that the government is not building. So then the government goes and tries to break them down. And it's the same citizens that are like stopping them from doing it. So I think that your point is really, really interesting. And thank you so much for bringing it. When it comes to youth, what are we not understanding of what they feel about like their engagement and their trust, Urban? What are we not getting right about what they are not trusting or why they are not engaging with democratic institutions? Does it have to do maybe with something that Christoph was talking about?
This is a very difficult question, but I mean, one way of answering is that generally in the world, the adult world don't give a fuck about the young persons. And that is particularly striking in Asia and Africa, to mention two regions, but you could find it in other places too. So sometimes you would call upon youth and there would be a kids table and it looks nice that the youth are there, but by the end of the day, the adult world wouldn't listen. So that is one way. So that is also to say that youth are kind of disappointed from the very outset that it doesn't count. But it's more complex than that, I would assume. And that makes me go back to what I was trying to say in the first round, and that is, in a way, youth are more profound and wise, and in a way banal than the adult world are. They are seeing when they are not coming tap water or when they are lacking Wi-Fi, and that is what they are kind of engaged in. They have not been disappointed through one election and another election because they have never gone to the ballots. They are upset about the everyday life problems. And they are pretty wise in focusing on that. And they have this in common with the parents and the grandparents and everyone. But in a way, they have more clarity on defining what is missing. And I think that the game, the power game, and that doesn't matter so much if it is in a democracy or in autocracy, is not enough focusing on those everyday life things that really engages youth. So I think that is another layer in this complex question. And then again, a third answer, and I will end then, and this will be an answer by displaying something that we are doing, and that is showing how the potential of engagement of youth. Our main participatory method is such a lovely thing. It's called Open Chair Democracy Talks. It means that the youth fellows are going out in the city wherever they are, and they want to have a conversation with random passers-by, irrespective of age, gender, whatever. And they have done this in more than 80 places, all world regions, and they have 4 kind of questions that drive the conversations. And they love to do these conversations. The first question is, if I say democracy to you, which 3 words come to your mind? Can you influence your life choices? Can you influence society? And what would it take to make you more influential? So first of all, these questions are pretty good because people open up. We have so many interesting conversations. But thing is, the youth fellows, they just love to do this. It's such a meaningful thing for them. And I think that they know in their bones how important it is to have a dialogue. This voicing, this is a voicing opportunity method. Random passers-by are giving a chance that they barely have anyhow, anywhere. No one is asking them for 5 minutes for conversations on those issues. But young persons, they know, they know in their bones that this is how it should be. But this is not how it is generally. There are no good, there are no procedures, there are no institutions kind of providing for those conversations. So, but we are providing for that. So I guess that is another kind of way of answering your very difficult question. Thank you.
But I think that you put it very, very well. And it's something that we have been discussing in the previous panels. It's about not only community, but it's about feeling included and feeling heard and feeling validated. And then you engage. If you feel that you're not part of you will not want to engage. And I think that this open chair democracy talks, it's absolutely wonderful and fantastic idea. If you have more information on that, I would appreciate to have it, actually. Tai, I want to go back to you. Are you ready? Yeah, okay. You were talking about the importance of the fact that we cannot renew democracy, or we cannot talk about doing something different, that doing something new if we're not doing anything different. If we keep doing the same, things will not change. And one of the things that you were saying was that it was important for us to have different actors and different sectors in those conversations. What actually makes collaboration meaningful in practice, particularly in context of shrinking space, limited resources, and talking about these multi-sectoral coalitions?
Okay, I'm going to try because I want to say so many things. And because collaboration is my passion, but I'm very critic on this, because I always heard that everyone says that we need to collaborate, we need to break out silos, and we need to have like strategies together and so on. But at the end of the year, at the end of the day, everyone has their own strategies, their own agenda, resources, priorities, and so on. So at the end, it's like it's really hard, no? And it's like meaningful collaboration is much harder and slower than we often admit. And I think we need to be serious on this, no? Because we can have like different people and different sectors in the same room, and we invest a lot of time. Like we have a diverse group here in the room discussing and so on. But then we don't pay enough attention and enough time and resources to create the conditions to participate and to speak, to create and to be aware of the power asymmetries within the room, the vocabulary, the language, the incentives, that everyone has different ways to arrive to this room, no? And we also need to be like humble in these democratic fields, because I really think that we don't have the answers. we are trying, no? But sometimes I have the feeling that we don't even have the good questions. So that's why we need to be willing to engage beyond our usual circles and have conversations, uncomfortable conversations with people that don't think like us. For me, this is key. And we say it, and I don't see so many people willing to do this kind of uncomfortable conversations. And it requires to build trust before alignment, to create spaces where disagreement is possible without breaking any relationship. That it's possible to don't think exactly the same. Accepting people from different sectors and ideologies that will arrive with different priorities, vocabulary, and incentives. We need to be aware of it. And thinking on context on shrinking civic space with limited resources, where there are so many organizations in survival mode, it's even more important. It's important to support and to invest projects and campaigns, but we also need to invest relational infrastructure that allows collaboration to exist over time. Because as we are saying all of this, we are saying that democratic renewal is not about institutions, it's about building trust, legitimacy, and the capacity to act collectively across differences. For me, it is one of the key things that we need to start investing more, like how we are going to talk, how, where, and with who to things different like us.
Thank you so much, Tai. As Melanie was saying in the first panel about this initiative in a university, disagreeing well is, I think, something that would resonate a lot with you and what you are saying, and I completely agree. Susanna, I want to finish with you before opening it to questions. From your vantage point, what needs to change in how international actors engage with local reformers? Because we are talking about like local and this going from down up and not the other way around, but it is very difficult for rural or local sectors to engage with the national sometimes. So within the international level, it's even like more difficult. So like what needs to change for them to engage?
Thank you. I will answer that, but before that, I have to go back to young people and how they feel about the situation around them, just to kind of provide data for what you said that they don't give about the younger generation. So Poland, the new government recently did a diagnosis of youth, the Ministry of Education, and basically, based on the data, 80% of young people in this age group, 15 to 29, claim that the government cares more for all the citizens than them. So I think basically this is the mood, that young people don't feel represented by the national level governments, and at the local level, it's less present because there are these tools which allows them to have the voice, especially in a country like Poland, where in the times where there was more pressure coming from the top level, the local level responded with even more participation. And this was interesting because this was happening under the times when there were budget cuts at the local level. And despite that, the level of participation and the local level governments using participatory tools was increasing. So it's an interesting phenomenon. So this is not where they made cuts. They made cuts elsewhere, but they kept this because if there is one takeaway from my work is that I always say that the biggest threat to democracy is not authoritarian regime, it's the apathy. When you kind of don't feel there is a point to do anything because you don't think you can change anything. We spoke about that some people simply leave, but to me, these tiny tools like these schools budgets, that thanks to the budget, there is like orange wall in the school and you walk by and you feel good about you and there is a hope. So it prevents apathy. So I think what the international donors should do is have this understanding that even tiny small projects like school budget can have long-term big impact. We often seek for projects which are sexy, and I worked for more than a decade on parliamentary programming and working with MPs, and I still see an enormous value. But sometimes we underestimate how powerful these local level programs are. And as well, they take time. Every donor wants to see something changed in 3 years. You work in Hungary or any other country because you want to strengthen the institution, you want to improve the processes. It takes time. And even our partners, they need time to develop capacity, to maintain the capacity, so the miracles don't happen overnight. So on top of go local deliberately, I would as well say that we have had very good experience with regional programs. By regional programs, we can as well call them cross-country or bringing together actors from different countries. It's very motivating, especially if you have leaders from countries who face similar challenges, just bring them together and listen to one another. So as well, when there is a chance to foster international collaboration, please, do it. And the final recommendation, I would say it's very much about inclusion. If you want to have a successful program or whatever tool you want to implement as an institution, it has to be inclusive. So we need women at the table, we need young people at the table, we need seniors, we need minority representatives. And it's not just a human rights issue, it's a governance issue. Even if you're a private company, if you are not delivering to a portion of your audience, you are gonna fail. So I think we have to as well reshape the perspective, how we look at certain things to make sure that we are not leaving some communities or voters behind. And my final, it's a thank you to the organizers, because I don't know if I will ever have this mic in my hand. So I wanna thank Lubica and Carlota and everybody from the Eden team and Global Democracy and Coalition and the Catering Foundation. This has been wonderful. Thank you for coming here. And with that, I'm giving back the mic.
Thank you so much, Susanna. Thank you so much. And I am very sure that you will have the microphone back. I love that you have all the data at hand. We say something and she's like 78% up. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And just one last comment on what you were saying about inclusion. I think that it's super important what you were saying, but it's also about co-designing and co-creating. That is one of the important parts of inclusion. I saw many hands up. Let's start back there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Suzanne van Haar, originally from the Netherlands, now living in Prague for 5 years. I'm with a small organization called Volby Professionally. My question is about the role and development of political parties. So I've heard very little about them today. I think we're not quite at the stage where we're completely doing direct democracy, so there's still a role to play for political parties. And I was going to ask our youth panel before how they look at what's happening and what political parties should be doing now and in the near future, both towards AI and with regard to the trends of decreasing party loyalty and personalization of politics.
Thank you, Susanna. Urban?
First of all, I need to apologize for everyone in the room because I was cursing previously, but I did it deliberately because I think it was worth it, because the discrepancy between what we are promising youth and what they are given is so provocative. So I think the cursing was warranted, but apologize anyhow. So it is a very interesting question about the parties and the youth. In regards to my youth, I couldn't say something about youth generally, but my youth, they are amazingly uninterested in the political parties. It's just like the political parties are lacking the feeling, lacking they are not credible. I mean, they are not interesting. And this, when I force myself to say this, because this is painful, because I mean that the political parties are the main actors in representative democracy, and for that matter in non-democratic systems too. So it's a really tragedy. And if you listen to the core activists like Tawakkol Karman, who was a Nobel Prize winner, she's from Africa. She was saying to our youth fellows in the Stellenbosch conference, you must go to the parties, you must be the parties, you must conquer the parties, and if you think they are wrong, you must change them. So, but they do not do that, not least our youth. But well, that's what I have to say on this question. Thank you.
Can I give a counterexample? Because yeah, current day Hungary is surprisingly really the opposite of what you describe. We've seen an incredible, as you said, youth mobilization, which is quite understandable given that the regime that just fell basically did everything to trip young people up. Rents are rising, but that's everywhere over Europe, but it's become a massive issue. And we know personally that Viktor Orban, despite what his advisors told him that he needs a rental policy because it's gotten out of hand, for ideological reasons, he said, no, we're not doing that. And in the last weeks, like the police descended on all of the music clubs and did, like the police, basically checked everyone whether they had used drugs. It's the perfect recipe for losing the youth. So it's quite understandable, but what I found really interesting, and also something as a scholar I'm trying to understand, is this influencer politics that has become kind of, and it's not only Péter Magyar who is doing it, but basically when I talk to people between 14 and 22 who I teach, I see this incredible attachment to charisma, which is very foreign from my generation. And Péter Magyar is extremely adept at doing that. Yesterday, he took as a prime minister, he walks into Orbán Viktor's old residence, and there are 700,000 people watching him as he shows, you see the luxury, and he goes room after room and says, this is what is ending right now. and there are young people cheering him outside and signing up to come and join. And so this is someone who understands exactly how you create that kind of political magic through a mobile phone, which to me is very foreign. When I was building the Green Party in Hungary, we were going out canvassing, basically. So it's not something I fully understand. It's something as a scholar I want to go closer to, but it's the opposite, basically, is all I want to say at this point. Or maybe, okay, not the opposite, but it's clearly a new trend that I think is interesting to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have the microphone. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello. First of all, thank you for this really interesting plenary. My name is Anastasia. I'm from Georgia. I'm a young European ambassador, which is under a program of EU Neighborhood East. So my question, so basically for me personally, this plenary started really interesting way because we were talking about the hope and lost and then regained hope again. And I had a question as for you as a Hungarian, as an activist, as a person who was looking at it from the inside and then from the outside perspective as well. What advice and hope can you spare us, Georgians, who are going through this democratic backsliding right now? And me as one of the representatives of youth right now, standing here and trying to get as much information as possible so that it could be helpful at any point. What could you say to the youth and the people of Georgia who are now trying to keep that last bits of hope that we have left and continue our way to the democracy back again? Thank you.
It's a difficult one, but I think the best answer I can give is, I didn't expect this regime to fall. That's why I left after fighting it for 15 years. And I think unexpected things can happen. Really, like if you had told me in 2022 when I packed my bags and drove with my car and my wife from Budapest to Berlin, if you'd asked me, am I ever going to come back? I would have said, probably not, And 4 years later, I'm here kind of as the carrier, in that position of the carrier of optimism. So unexpected things can happen. And because we are in a historical period that is very fluid and dynamic. So even when, you see a regime like yours, which seems to be very robust and very aggressive in many ways, they can turn out to be much more fragile than they are. And support can really, in Hungary, it took 18 months for support to go from about 50% to 20% for the ruling party. It's an incredible pace that I still have a hard time wrapping my head around. So if I was, on the barricades in Georgia, this is what I would try to keep in my hand and keep going, is that you never know when these things fail. And the second thing is, as a former activist, like community is what saves you in the end. Always. Like just being together in this and going through it, and don't stay alone in that. Like I think that's the hopeless space. But if you stay with people who have the same values as you, the same ideals, that helped me a lot.
If I may as well, just to add to this, because this was exactly what I had in mind when I was trying to answer your question, that the community don't stay alone, build the community around you. And my second piece of advice, just do something. And this is where I want to say that it doesn't have to be always, I don't know, some kind of a political action or partisan action. It can be something simple, like, organize people around you to pick up the trash, or, create a, club where you watch movies. I think this fighting the apathy and losing the hope, it's the key. And it's like, it takes time, but it strengthens, you strengthen each other, and it keeps you active. And when the opportunity comes, it's much easier to mobilize when there is something already built. And I keep saying, people, find something that is not polarizing, that is not political. We were working with, in Poland, I love that it was a Save the Rivers coalition. And it was a diverse coalition that worked in the rural areas, it worked in the cities, because basically you have river everywhere. And it was a coalition that would bring people who were very conservative, just fishermen wanting to fish in the river, alongside some young activists who were much more kind of like, you know, trying to save the nature and make sure there is some kind of green activism happening. But they kind of agreed that they won't like the river in their municipality or their city to be clean, so they can all enjoy it. And it was really wonderful because it kind of went over the traditional political divide. It was bringing younger people together with older people, you know, and they got organized around something simple as basically river protection. So I think it doesn't have to be always a huge, you know, issue like we have to all monitor the elections or I don't know what else. It can be simple, just stay active, because it's all about this apathy. We don't want to see apathy.
Yeah, well, first I have to comment on these school budget things. First, I heard about that in Cascais, which is a small town in Portugal, and only they're giving like 10,000 euros per school, which is a bit, you know, a decent amount of money for school. And it's fascinating, like full campaign, voting, you know, technical stuff, all of that. Those kids, like, they know what elections are, they know like how they work. And to me, it's fascinating. And I'm really glad to hear that it's also in Poland. And I mean, I can tell you that when my party comes back to power in my hometown, we're going to introduce this like 100%.
We have to stay in touch then,
yeah.
Because I have like a whole set of things.
My question is for Christoph, actually. You mentioned at the beginning, like, why people from rural area are voting for authoritarian, autocratic parties. The question is it really that simple? Like, nobody approached them, nobody talked to them, and then they just choose these kinds of parties? Because to me, it seems like, well, there must be a reason why they're choosing those parties. Like, if I go and talk to them about decentralization, direct democracy, social programs, things like that, I don't think that would be appealing to them. So I'm curious, do you think, are there any other factors that they are choosing specifically these kinds of parties?
Yeah. I mean, I must have given the wrong impression then. I don't mean that, you know, these parties happen to be there and it doesn't matter actually what they're promoting or the language they're speaking or the policies, you know? No, it does matter. I did, my most profound research was in around the time of the Great Recession, so 2007, 2012. The main problem then was that rural people, in particular people who were active in agriculture, were left behind. It was 3 years after the EU transition, and the Hungarian left-wing government had really not prepared these small entrepreneurs for being flooded by, I worked mostly in areas where winemaking and grape growing was important. And cheap Spanish, French, and Italian wife came in and just, you know, ruined people. So that was the #1 complaint, that we hadn't been prepared. We were sold a lie, as they said. They were strong words. I wouldn't have put it like that, but there was a lot of anger in a government kind of not protecting them, not preparing them for that. And it was also a time when, I mean, many factories closed in the areas that I work. So, you know, they were very strong material grievances combined with this sense of a distant elite. You know, what we hear, you know, what we read about all along, you know, it's the same thing that we read and hear these days, that they don't listen to us. They have other concerns. They're supporting, you know, global players, whatnot. These are the things that I heard. And that was what the right was it was very easy for the right to react to that. In Hungary, there's a specific issue. We don't have immigrants, we have Roma, and Roma became the scapegoats. So that was the issue that I was looking at, how Roma become symbols of decline, and scapegoats we can you know, blame for the problems that we're facing. So it was incredible for me to see that Roma were being blamed for everything, you know, like from the economic problems to the decline of rural peasant culture to everything, basically. In the same way that the immigrant emerged as you know, in a place like Germany today as same kind of scapegoat for all the problems that society is facing. So of course, you know, when you don't have, and the right did not have a competitor to tell a different story, to say, you know, well, we hear you, but we are proposing something else to your grievances, right? So those actors did not exist. It was very easy then in that situation to channel anger that was already there towards scapegoats and into a project of national salvation. And now it's playing out in other countries. I hope that.
Thank you so much, and apologies, I have been like told to, so I need to close. So thank you so much to our panelists. It was a very interesting conversation. I really appreciate all you being here. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. What else? Shall I? But I also want you to come. So I was asked to give the closing remarks, and I actually, during the coffee break, I went to one of the corners. Please sit down. It's your event. And I drafted 7 things that I think that we were hearing. So I think that trust is the thorough line across every panel. The crisis of democracy is ultimately a crisis of trust between citizens and leaders, people and information, and generation and institutions. I think that that was one of the first points that I want to make. The second point that I think that it was very relevant is that AI amplifies but doesn't create. So the threats discussed, like disinformation, manipulation, these narrative wars that we were talking about, predate AI. So the technology accelerates them, but the roots are political and they are also human. I'll say this, but you also have to say what you think, huh? The third one is don't reduce the crisis to technology alone. And as the former Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Czech Republic said, concerns are legitimate, but the answer cannot be purely technical. So empathy, dignity, and fairness are not automated and can never be automated. And that is something, again, that we were discussing quite a lot. The fourth one is that young people are not the problem. They are the signal, not the solution, but the signal. Low participation and distrust are symptoms of systems that have not adapted, not a generation that has given up. So let's put attention to what youth are saying. The fifth point is that the information environment is the new battlefield because disinformation doesn't just mislead, it dismantles shared realities. And I think that we heard this quite a lot during the second panel. So without information, leadership becomes impossible and society, of course, fragments. The sixth point that I think that we can take from the forum today is that local engagement matters more than ever. Connecting people with what affects their daily lives with integrity and presence is where trust is rebuilt, and not at the global level, but at the human one. And this is something that we also discussed in this last panel. And the last point is that we need robust mechanisms, not just good intentions. So solutions require architecture and not just awareness. So these are the 7 points that I am taking with me today. And I hope that they resonate with you also. It was a very interesting forum. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, Luvica, for all the help and everything that the European Democracy Youth Network has done. You have been an amazing partner to the coalition. We have collaborated so many times, and we were not mistaken. Well, the evaluation committee was not mistaken of choosing you as the host of the Europe. So please, a big round of applause for her and her time.
Thank you very much, Elisenda, and thank you very much for summarizing all the important points that were made today. I don't have this specific notes. For us, it's important that we never had any activities on this topic yet, and we can see now that there is a huge interest not only with our members, but also with other people who joined us today. And a lesson learned is also that we need to make more time for discussion. We were just talking with Carly about that. The engagement today was really amazing, and the questions you asked our speakers, I really found them very, very interesting, and I learned a lot, to be honest. We have other topic that we need to explore, and we would like to thank you for this opportunity, because since I came to Eden, we never had such a big conference. So this is the first time for us, and I thought it was very successful, and it's especially because we were able to find such great speakers. So thank you everyone for joining us today, and also thank you to our members who came to Prague. And I think most of you are joining us for dinner today, and we'll see each other also tomorrow for another event that we will introduce tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.